the Comedy Central roast of Joseph Potter is over. The audio and visuals are working on Restream again, so all right, so I've got the Carolina Hurricanes up, and for the most part, the Carolina Hurricanes had more cap space than any NHL team that made the playoffs. What did they do with that money? Well, they went out and got Michael Bunting in free agency. The left winger is going to be on the top line with Aho and Jarvis. Svechnikov, second overall pick in the 2018 NHL. Some time with injuries. He's currently listed on the second line, but I expect him to jump Bunting on the top line at some point. But Kotkaniemi and Nikos are on the second line. Third line has Jordan Staal, the team captain, Jesse Fast, Hurricanes, Tuvo Teravainen, third-round pick, and those are the forwards. And what I did is I tilted my computer from a vertical direction, from a horizontal direction to a vertical direction, so I could see it. I mean, I have to stand, but I'm not complaining with how the visuals look. And the defensive pairings, Burns and Slavin are still in the top line. Brent Burns, Jacob Slavin, Brett Pesce, and Brady Skej remain on the second line. And the two free agents that Carolina got to bolster the blue line, former Hurricane Tony DeAngelo, who was on the team 2 years ago when they got knocked out by the Rangers in the second round. He's on the third line. And Dmitry Orlov, who was a big part of the Boston Bruins and Washington Capitals. He's part of the Capitals for many years, dealt to the Bruins at the trade deadline, and he ends up signing with Carolina in free agency. So I think Carolina's forward core, I mean, Carolina had $34 million, and instead of going after an all-star goalie, they said, you know what, we're going to retain our above-average starting goalies, Frederick Anderson, Antti Raanta. I think that's going to be what keeps the Stanley Cup. Right now, they are my one seed in this division, but I don't know if they're going to go the distance, Joey. When we do our playoff predictions, I don't know if they can go the distance. They have the best lineup in terms of forwards and defensemen. I think they should win another Metropolitan Division. And I love the fact that Don Waddell is doing what Ron Francis, the former Hurricanes GM, did, building the culture through the draft and picking up where Francis left off in that respect. But yeah, the Hurricanes are my number one team in this division. But I just don't like the fact they played it safe. You have $34 million and you're losing one of your goalies to free agency. Go all in, grow a pair, and hope that the all-in move gets you a Stanley Cup. Because if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals and you're in the top 5 in cap space, be aggressive and outbid the Penguins for an all-star goalie. Because the Penguins only had $20 million. You had $34 million, and they still got better players than you in free agency. So that's really my big issue. I still think they're going to be the best team in their division during the regular season.
That's something I was just going to on this. When about the team, like, from the ground up, and I love that. They're not, panicking constantly. Yes, they make some trades, but they don't just, they build their front office, they build their culture, they build the players, they get to bring in a lot of draft capital, and you know what? It is what it is. And I know you usually don't think of the Browns like that, but over the last 4 years, that's what they've done. But that's what they teams do. Now, when will all these culture voting teams actually win a championship? Well, the Chiefs have done it. When will the
Hurricanes have had the talent. This is a team that got to the Eastern Conference Finals in 2019 when we watched them take down the Capitals in Jacksonville. Okay? This is a team that's had potential for a while, and one of the things that benefited them is all the young guys they drafted were like 18, 19, or 20, all on team-friendly rookie deals, and now they have to start extending some of those core players 7-8 year deals to free agency. They don't have to extend a lot, but they do have to bring back a few players. Otherwise, they're going to lose those guys when they become restricted free agents, because the Hurricanes, while they're doing a great job at reloading, smaller market team as well.
I agree with that.
That's why. But I understand the thought process by Waddell. Keep the core guys and try to win with them.
Or not all Jacksonville sport teams, all Florida sport teams right now, is that they're all built like that, but they're all coming up on the dreaded contract mess that eventually comes to every really good young team. I mean, isn't that like 3/4 of the Florida sports franchises at this point?
Yeah. But
not all of them.
Not all of them, but and the guys that Florida did have to pay, the Panthers already paid the core guys that they had to pay. But I'm going to get to the next team in this Metropolitan Division, the Columbus Blue Jackets. I mean, Boone Jenner, I like Boone Jenner as a right winger, but they moved him to center. I didn't think he was as good at center, but since Boone Jenner's the team captain, he's on the top line with Johnny Gaudreau and Patrick Laine. Adam Fantilli is on the second line with former Michigan left winger Kent Johnson, who Columbus drafted in the first round of the 2021 NHL draft, and Kirill Marchenko, second line left winger, also on the same line with Fantilli. So yeah, we were both high on Fantilli, but Kent Johnson's done well the last few years. Cole Sillinger, who was drafted 12th overall in 2021, is the third line center. He has Emil Bemstrom and Jack Roslovic. And then the fourth line has Sean Curley. I think the fourth line's meh, but I think the first three lines of Columbus' core of forwards are really freaking good. I think those three lines are going to be able to score some goals and keep things competitive for the Blue Jackets. Defensively, Damone Severson, who you gave an 8-year contract to, New Jersey gave him an 8-year extension, then traded him to Columbus because Columbus was willing to pay a premium to get him. They gave up a second-round pick, I think, for Severson, a second-round pick from another team. They kept their own second-round pick, but they Zach Werenski still on IR. Columbus's best defenseman is Werenski. This is a guy who got a 7-year extension. Then he had a season-ending injury at the end of 2021, had a season-ending injury about a month into the 2022 season. He's still on IR heading into 2023. He has not been activated off IR yet. But Werenski is Columbus's best defender when healthy. Provorov and Peak are currently on the second line. The Blue Jackets traded the 22nd pick to Philadelphia to get Provorov. Bachfist and...
I think I would say this, but I really like what Columbus is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I'd ever say that, but I really do like what they're doing. I think they are building. Everybody's
shitting on the Mike Babcock hire because the guy was accused of verbally assaulting his players when he was with Toronto, but it's like he won the Red Wings the Stanley Cup. The last Stanley Cup the Red Wings won was with Mike Babcock as their head coach. And he got Toronto the playoffs every year he was with the team, despite being accused of verbally assaulting players. And everybody's bitching about Babcock. Columbus was his top choice. I think this is going to end up being the best coaching hire of all the coaching hires this offseason. And, I don't know if Columbus is ready to take that leap to the playoffs, but I think their future is in sight. And they outdrafted everybody in the 2023 NHL draft. We both gave them the best draft grade in 2023. And you have all your first-round picks from 2021 up. And the scary thing is David Jiricek, the knock-you-on-your-ass defender, is not projected in the top 6 for Columbus yet. But I guess they don't have to rush him with all the talent they have. And the defender is also in your system. And Columbus actually did get a second-round defenseman in my mock draft in the 3rd round, Andrew Strawman. So, I mean, Columbus has a very bright future. He was the Defense Town Phantoms, by the way. So,
I really do believe that they, just by what they're doing, like they have the best coach in the division. They're not amazing on what they think about him. It's like, I got a feeling for such or whatever.
I really like what Jarmo Kekalainen is doing. I think Columbus can finish 5th in the Metropolitan Division because But will that be enough to secure wild card 1 or wild card 2? That's the question. To be the $1 million question with Columbus, because I think they are certainly see them surpassing that. Next, Devils, a team that made it to the second round of the playoffs last year before losing to. And, this is a team that has Timo Meier, Nico Hischier, and Dawson Mercer on their top line. Second line, Jess Jack, Hischier are both number 1 picks. You can put either on the first or second line. Left winger for one. One they lost, and he went to the Devils on a 5-year deal. He's on the third line with Eric Haula and Alexander Holtz, and Michael McLeod, last year's third line centers, on the fourth line with Curtis Lazar and Nathan Bastian. Love the Devils' core of forwards. You have Dougie Hamilton and Jogan Siegenthaler on the top line. John Marino from the Pittsburgh Penguins and Luke Hughes, 4th overall pick in 2021, younger brother of Jack Hughes, entering his first full NHL season after coming up late in the year. And then Brendan Smith and Kevin Baller, the third-line defenseman. I think third-line defense will be a weakness short-term for the Devils this year. I don't like the Devils' third-line defense, but I think once Simon Nemec, the number 2 pick in the 2022 NHL draft, arrives in the NHL, Joey, once Simon Nemec arrives, I think the Devils' problems on the third line of their defensive pairing will go away. Because this is a team that lost Ryan Graves, and they lost their other defenseman, Devon Severson, who they traded to Columbus. So they lost 2 of those defensemen, and the fact that they don't have Simon Nemec, the 2nd overall pick on the NHL roster yet, you drafted him 2nd overall as a defenseman over Shane Wright. And your GM basically said, we're not drafting for need, we're taking the best player on our board. And it looked like they drafted for need at the time. So, I don't know what to think. I'm not sold on Vitek Vanasek or Akira Schmidt at goalie. I wasn't sold on Carolina's goalies, but Carolina's goalies did enough to win that series. I'm not sure if I'm going to put the Devils at 3 or 4 yet. I might put them at 5, but I'm debating between the Devils. The Devils did lose their assistant head coach, Andrew Brunette, who went to Asheville. So, they have Lindy Ruff as their head coach, but Andrew Brunette was the interim head coach on the Florida Panthers team that won the President's Trophy and then got swept by the Tampa Bay Lightning. So I think that's an interesting situation to be in. But, for me, I know the Devils were 2nd in this division last year. They won a 7-game series against the Islanders, but they lost 2 of their top 6 defensemen. The Devils had 3 really good lines on their blue line last year. And the question that Simon Nemec would come up to the NHL, they're not going to rush him up yet. So for me, the Devils I'm not ready to commit to them as the 2nd best team. I want to go through the rest of these rosters and see where each team is before I make that type of investment here. The Islanders, Bo Horvat, you traded for him and you gave him an 8-year extension. You got Barzal moving from center to right wing, and Oliver Wahlstrom, your 2018 first-round pick, is now on the top line. Anders Lee, who's the first-line left winger for years, is on the second line with Brock Nelson, who's been big in the playoffs, Kyle Palmieri. John Gabriel Pageau is the third-line center. You've got Hudson Fasching as the third. Cal Clutterbuck, Matt Martin, really good defensive forwards on that 4th line. Ryan Pulock and Adam Pelech are good first-line defensemen. Noah Dobson was drafted 10th over. I think he was drafted 10th or 11th overall in the 2020. Because Islanders had 10 and 11 in the 2018 NHL draft. I like Noah Dobson. Sebastian Aho. There's a defenseman named Sebastian Aho, not to be confused with top-line center. And then Scott Mayfield and Alexander Romanov are the third-line defensemen. So looking at the Islanders, I love their defense. I love their power play with Horvat You have Brock Dobson as the main quarterback, and then Pulak on the second line with Aho. The penalty killing, Pelican, Pulak, and then Romanov and Mayfield on the second line for penalty killing. I'm not as high on the penalty killing. I love the Islanders' personnel for power play, and Ilya Sorokin and Semyon Varlamov are two goals. And I love the Islanders' top six, but I see a lack of depth at forward on the bottom two lines. And I'll quickly pull up the stats for the Islanders because I'm on the fence with where I want to project this team. So I will pull up the numbers here. So basically, Nelson, Horvat both had 70 and 75 points respectively. And, Wahlstrom, he missed some games with injuries, but he's due to break out this year. So we're looking at potentially six forwards with 30 or more points. John Gabriel Pageau had 40 points, which is pretty good for a third-line center. And Engvall had 30 points last year for a third-line left winger. So that's pretty good. And then the other guys on the Islanders' fourth line, 19, 21, and 12 points, even though they're defensive forwards, that's pretty good. All three of those guys had 44 shots or more last year. So that's not horrible for a fourth line. I mean, would you like to upgrade that area at the trade deadline if you're in contention? Probably, but that's not horrible for the Islanders. I could see the Islanders as a dark horse, Joey, but I want to go through the rest of the teams in this division before I make such a bold and audacious claim. Because there's just so much talent in the Metro this year. Because remember, the guy the Islanders got in the trade with Vancouver, Bo Horvat, he was the team captain for the Canucks, and then he comes over to the Islanders. So that's really the big caveat for me. Next up's the New York Rangers. You wanted to say something?
I agree. You don't want to. I agree. We don't want to make a bunch of bold predictions before you go over everything, because you make too many of those before you go over everything, then nobody's going to tune in for.
The Hurricanes was a pretty easy call.
Because you've already done it.
The Hurricanes was a pretty easy call. The other teams in this division are a little bit tougher to get a read on. I love the Rangers' left wing depth. Kreider, Panarin, Lafreniere on the top three lines. You have Barclay, Goudreau on the fourth line, left wing. Zibanejad's gotten better as a first line center, but he's not a star first line center. And then you have Trocheck, Cheadle, and Nick Bonino. And the problem with the Rangers is all of their core centers are already locked up to 5, 6, 7-year contracts. So even if you think these guys are replaceable, you are stuck with the bill. You are stuck billing these guys. Capo Caco, Blake Wheeler replaced Patrick Kane. Tyler Pitlick joins his team, and Jimmy Vesey is still the third line right winger. Lindgren and Adam Fox are on the top line. Trouba and Keandre Miller on the second line. Braden Schneider, your 2020 first round pick, 20th overall, after taking Lafreniere first, is the third line defenseman, and joining him is Eric Gustafsson. So Eric Gustafsson, I'm sure Joey will be back on the line pretty shortly here. And then the goaltending for the Rangers, Igor Shesterkin, and the backup goalie, Jonathan Quick. I love every offseason move the Rangers made, but I think they screwed up royally when hiring Peter Laviolette as their head coach. And when I say the Rangers screwed up royally, I mean they dropped the ball. And, I understand the decision to fire Grant Gallant. You went from the Eastern Conference Finals to losing in the first round, and you had a 2-0 series lead. You won both games in New Jersey. You had 3 home games to beat New Jersey to get 2 wins against New Jersey. You had 3 home games to get 2 wins against New Jersey, and you couldn't pull it off. So I understand the thought process. I just don't know if the Rangers made the right call. I'm going to check my phone to see. All right, so we're still on Restream. That's good. All right. Rangers go. I just look at the. I see a team that has all the pieces on their roster: forwards, goaltending, defense. I don't think Peter Lafayette's the right coach. I think he's past his prime, and I think Lafayette's coaching is going to hold the Rangers back from getting to a Stanley Cup. This is a team that could go on another surprise run, maybe get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. But honestly, maybe they win a series. Honestly, I just don't think Lafayette's the guy. It's just a gut feeling with me because I just don't think Peter Lafayette's a very good coach. I mean, he won a Stanley Cup with the Hurricanes back in 2006, but he hasn't really done anything. He got the Predators to the 2017 Stanley Cup, but he really hasn't done much since. He went to the Capitals after they won the Stanley Cup, and the Capitals just became a team that was in a rebuild with him at the helm. So I just don't trust Peter Laviolette right now. That's why this is so freaking difficult. So I'm looking at the Rangers here, and they're a tough team to get a read on. I kind of want to get Joey's input on them, and then we will get to the Flyers, the Penguins, and the Capitals. Because this is, I think the Hurricanes are going to be number one in the regular season. The rest of this is still very tough to decipher. Because I like what the Islanders have. I'm just not sure they're ready to take that leap. And, we'll see what happens because there's a lot of things going on here. But yeah, it's 11:21. I'm about ready to move on to the next team. Okay, but the Rangers, I'll quickly mention the Flyers because I think the Flyers are in a rebuild. I'm not even going to pull up the Flyers depth chart. I'll save everybody some time because the Flyers' best players, they moved Ivan Provorov, their best defenseman, to Columbus for an extra first-round pick. I think the Flyers are in a rebuild, frankly. None of the players, Cutter Gauthier, their 2022 first-round pick, chose to return to Boston College for his sophomore season, even though he was drafted 5th overall for another year of development. And, we'll see how things go, but I kind of want to get Joey's input on the Rangers here. That's what's holding things up on my end, but, I see a decent roster, but I just don't trust the coaching staff. I'll pull up the Flyers here, I guess. I mean, we do have a moral responsibility to break down every team, even the teams that we think are in rebuilds, that are going to be dog shit, that we think are going to suck. We do have a responsibility to break those teams down. So okay, so we were breaking down the Rangers. I love their core of forwards, defensemen, and goalies, but the problem is they hired Peter Laviolette as their head coach. Laviolette was awful with the Capitals after Barry Trotz left the team. When Barry Trotz won the Stanley Cup, they wouldn't pay him, so he went to the Islanders, did well there. And Peter Laviolette basically just took the Capitals and ran them into the ground. So I just don't trust him with the Rangers, even though this might be his best roster since Nashville in 2017 or Carolina in 05-06 after the lockout, when Laviolette won his only Stanley Cup as an NHL head coach. So the Rangers have a good roster. I just do not trust Peter Laviolette as a head coach. I think he's past his prime. And he's good. He's a good head coach, but the fact that Washington went from a Stanley Cup team under Barry Trotz to a team that went through a total rebuild under Laviolette, I don't think he has the passion anymore, Joey. Frankly, that's just a deal breaker for me. So
look, not everybody is Dick Vermeil, okay? For every Dick Vermeil, you get 15 Mike Dick. And that's no disrespect to Mike Dick. But for every Dick Vermeil, for every head coach that's older that can reinvent himself.
Well, Mike McDaniel still has potential. The jury's out on him. Peter Laviolette is the Mike Martz of NHL head coaches. He's the Mike Martz of NHL head coaches, and that might be putting it kindly since Laviolette won a Stanley Cup as a head coach, which is more than you can say about Mike Martz. Martz did get to a Super Bowl, but he did it with Vermeil's roster. So, yeah.
It's like I said, it's like you don't. The people that are passing upon are just culture builders and make people. Others are guys who are just so good, but their culture and their way of play, their style, just isn't there anymore. I mean,
yeah.
No disrespect to the guys.
And I'm not saying the Rangers can't be a playoff team, but they're more of a wild card for me than a top 3 team in the division because of the coaching situation. They have the forwards, the defense, and the goaltending. I love the moves they made this offseason, but the problem is they don't have a star first-line center. The Devils have 2, the Penguins have 2, and in this division, that matters when you look at the talent, the overall landscape of things. So that's why I just don't have them in my top 3. The next team we're going to preview is the Flyers. I'm going to keep this short, simple, sweet, because they traded their best defenseman, Ivan Provorov, to Columbus. They drafted Cutter Gauthier, the center, in 5th overall, but he chose a second year at Boston College over an NHL rookie deal with the Flyers. And the Flyers took Matvei Michkov, who's not going to be in the NHL until 2026. So, and, the Flyers are going to be an interesting team. Daniel Briere is the new Flyers GM, who's former. And he did a really good job in his first NHL draft. I like the fact that him and former NHL announcer Mike Jones are trying to change the culture in Philly. That's good. They're still on noob status compared to Houseman. They at least provide the Flyers with somewhat of a good future. But the Flyers are going to be in a rebuild. The Flyers center IR, Cam Atkinson, third line left winger, still on IR. Right now, Morgan Frost for this Flyers team. And Morgan Frost only had 19 goals, 27. You want anywhere from 50 to 100 points first line center. 46 is underwhelming for a first-line center. 46 points, because the first-line center will get anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes of ice time. So if you're only getting 46 points from your top center who's getting 20 to 30 minutes of ice, that is a problematic issue. So for me, the Flyers are to be in a rebuild unless they end up with Macklin the next. They're trading away their best. They look like a team trying to blow roster to a rebuild like the Blackhawks. So the Flyers are dead last. I'm not even to go on their depth chart. The Flyers are just dead last. I just like the rest like that. Awarded in this kind of warranted.
Not really. I'm not upset about the rebuilding, but I'm a little upset about the quality of the rebuild so far. I thought they should have been further along because I've had high hopes on them, as you guys know, for a couple years.
Because this team was the #1 seed during the COVID bubble. If you remember, Joey, they were the #1 seed the year we had the COVID playoff in 2020, the 2014 playoff. They were the top seed in the Eastern Conference, and then they laid an egg against Lisa's Islanders in Game 7. So, and they've just gone downhill ever since that point.
More from them as far with their franchise and how they play. And I ain't getting it. And I'm really irritated.
Yep. I mean, look at the Penguins. They Riley Smith, the alternate captain, one of the 2 alternate captains of the Vegas Golden Knights Stanley Cup team, comes to Pittsburgh. He's going to be paired with Crosby and Rickard Rakell on the top line. Another free agency additions, the second line left winger. And for those wondering why the Riley Smith's on the top line, Jake Gensel, the Penguins' best left winger, is out for the Riley Smith will be the second line left winger when Gensel returns. It'll be Riley Smith, Malkin, and Rust in the second line. It'll be Crosby, Gensel, and Rakell on the top line when Gensel comes back from his injury. Alex Nylander will be in the third line with Jeff Carter and Lars Eller, a free agent that Pittsburgh acquired. And then Matthew Nido, Rem Petlik, Noah El Akiari are the fourth line players, and they're all free agents. So those fourth line forwards, well, Drew O'Connor, they can move Drew O'Connor down to the fourth line once Gensel comes back. And he would be the one familiar face on that fourth line with Akiari and Pitlik. But I think the Penguins, when Gensel comes back, are going to have 3 really good lines of forwards. Chris Letang and Ryan Graves from the New Jersey Devils are the top line defensemen. Erik Karlsson's the second line defenseman with Marcus Peterson complementing him. And then the third line defensemen are Chad Rudwell and Pierre-Olivier Joseph, the Coyotes 2019 first round pick, one of them, that they traded to Pittsburgh in a trade. I forget who. I think the Penguins sent someone to Arizona, but I can't remember who on the top of my head. It may have been Phil Kessel. I don't remember who they moved to Arizona, but Jari and Nedeljkovic are the goalies. Pittsburgh would be my 1 seed if they had Jake Gensel, but because they don't have Jake Gensel for the first month, I have Carolina at 1, and I have Pittsburgh at 2. And we've got 1 team left to preview, the Capitals, and then I will more teams. Jersey, I'm looking at the Islanders, I'm looking at the Rangers, and I'm looking at the Blue Jackets. All those teams have a case for number 3, a good case, but not a great case. And I really want to see what the Capitals have before I make my verdict. I'm leaning towards the Devils at 3 at the moment, with the Rangers as my wild card. But, you can make a case for Lisa's. Joey did. 3 will realize. In New Jersey at 1 and 2. I have Pittsburgh at 2 because I thought they had a much better New Jersey. And the fact that Simon Nemec, second pick in the 2022 NHL draft, is not up in the NHL after losing Ryan Graves to Pittsburgh and Devon Svierson to Columbus. That, for me, is kind of a deal breaker. It moves the Devils down. They're still a top team in the East, but I don't think they're the second best team in this division anymore. So then the Capitals, we've got Ovechkin, Kuznetsov, and Tom Wilson on the top line. Backstrom, Max Pacioretty. He's good when healthy, but he's dealt with injuries the last few years. But Pacioretty, Backstrom, and TJ Oshie on the second line. Sonny Milano, Dylan Strome, and Mantha remain on the third line. Protest, Nick Dowd, and Nicholas Kubel from the Lightning are your fourth line. He was a Lightning player in 2020. I think he left the team, or maybe he was on the Capitals, but that's your fourth line. John Carlson's still the only good defender you have. You did trade for Rasmus Sandin, but he's on the second line with Nick Jensen. Feverhay has no business on the first line. You added Trevor Van Riemsdyk and Joel Edmondson. My issue with the Capitals is they only have one good defender in John Carlson, and he was a defender who missed most of last season. I do like Darcy Kumper at goalie. I'm not as high on Charlie Lindgren, the backup, but you brought in a new coach, so maybe the new coach will turn things around. And I still expect Washington's offense to be competitive. They might lose some games, but they're going to lose 5-4, 4-3, 3-2 type games. They're going to lose games by 1 goal due to the offense keeping them out. This is a team that'll probably give up around 5 goals a game, but they can also score anywhere from 2 to 5 per game, depending on how hot the offense gets. So for me, the Capitals come in at number 7, but I'm looking at these 4 teams, the Rangers, the Devils, the Blue Jackets, and the Islanders, all at a different – I don't like the Devils' third-line defense or their goaltending. Columbus, I think their third-line defense could improve, and their fourth-line forwards could improve. But other than that, they really check off a lot of boxes, and I really like their coach. The Rangers have the best roster of those teams, but they have the worst coach. And the Islanders have a pretty good roster as well. And I think the Islanders didn't the Islanders make the playoffs last year and they lost the Hurricanes in round 1? You know what? I'm probably going to get some heat for this, but I'm going to put the Devils at 3. And, I think Columbus is a year away. I have them at 5. I mean, the Rangers, Islanders, you know what? We're going to do a coin flip. I can't decide. I honestly can't decide. We're going to do a best of 3 coin flip here to decide the last 2 spots. Decide the last spot in the Metro and the last wild card. So we've got the Devils. I think the Blue Jackets are a year away. I'm going to put them at 6, though. I'm Devils as my 3 seed, but we're going to leave wild card 1 up to a coin flip. Heads, the Rangers get in. Tails, the Islanders get in. Here we go. It is tails. Sorry, New York Rangers. Lisa's Islanders are going to the playoffs because the fucking coin said so. So, yeah, we got the Canes in a rematch of last year's first round, and we've got the Penguins and Devils. I like the Penguins over the Devils, and I like the Hurricanes over the Islanders, and I like the Penguins over the Hurricanes because even though the Hurricanes will have home ice, I think the Penguins have the better roster if both teams are fully healthy in the playoffs, even if the Hurricanes have home ice. So I have got a Maple Leafs versus Penguins Eastern Conference Finals. And spoiler alert, I am taking the Pittsburgh Penguins to win the Eastern Conference. This is, I think, the 6th time during the Crosby regime where I've picked the Penguins to win the Eastern Conference dating back to 2010. So, they only won it, I think, once in that span. Yeah, the Penguins only won the Eastern Conference once in that span, and that's when they repeated in 2016-2017. So, yeah. So that is my official bracket, Joey. What were your thoughts on that? So,
They're kind of a little spread on the Penguins, but overall, it's not a bad bracket.
So, who do you have coming out of the East? I'm just curious. I mean, we'll preview the Western Conference in a few weeks, but we are going to pivot to some other topics, though.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the shock statement right now. I'm going to go Columbus.
Awesome. So Joey has the Blue Jackets winning the Eastern Conference. I love the boldness. Oh, crap. I skipped a topic. Oh, it was a Mike Evans trade rumor. Shit. I was supposed to talk about that before the NHL teams. Oh, well. Here's what I heard. I heard 30 teams, everybody contacted the Buccaneers. 30 teams offered a 5th-round pick, and the Buccaneers hung up on those teams and told them, we're trying to extend Evans. Thank you for your interest. We're trying to extend. And the one team that offered the Buccaneers a 3rd-round pick for Mike Evans was the New York Giants. You know what the Buccaneers told the Giants? We want a 1st. And then the Giants hung up on Tampa. So, that's the rumor I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but, there's a lot of talented receiver. There's a lot of talent receiver.
At 30 years old, Yeah, even at 30 years old, I don't think Evans is still kind of in his prime and definitely worth a first. So you can definitely see why they want it first. I heard the Browns contacted him, and basically they said mutually, this ain't going to happen. You guys have a good day. And it's like, and I have a feeling that's how a lot of these conversations went, was this ain't happening, you guys have a good day, you guys have a good day, let's go. And then you got the Giants.
Here's the receivers projected to go in the third round on Pro Football Network Simulator, Joey. For purposes, here's the 5. Oronde Gadsden II, Syracuse. Keon Coleman, Florida State, who had a hell of a game against LSU. Will Shepard, wide receiver, Vanderbilt. The 2 USC receivers, Dorian Singer and Mario Williams. So those 5 receivers are projected to go in the third round. If you think the problem is, none of those receivers are guaranteed to be as good as Evans. In fact, Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably the only receiver in this draft that is guaranteed to not only have a high ceiling, but perhaps a higher ceiling than Mike Evans. He's probably the only receiver in the draft that has that type of upside. And the Buccaneers would have to bypass a quarterback to get him. We both know that's not happening.
Yeah. Something I heard yesterday, I think because Evans has that 30-year-old age gap, that the compensation picks, the Bucs would only get a 5th rounder for him on the compensation pick because he hit 30 years old.
Yeah, so if he leaves free agency, you're getting a 5th round pick in 2025, which looks like a weaker draft than 2024. And if you trade Evans, you'll get a 2024 pick, but most teams are trying to lowball you like the Browns did in the Amari Cooper trade by offering a 5th. The Giants were willing to give up a 3rd, and you said, no, we want more. Joey doesn't blame you because Mike Evans has been that consistent. At the same token, you're going to look like you had egg on your face if Evans leaves in free agency. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I'm wearing a since I don't have a Joe Burrow jersey, one of my friends gave me this Waterboy jersey. It's an actual Bobby Boucher jersey from the actual Waterboy movie, and it has number 9. And people need to realize Bobby Boucher was the original number 9 in Louisiana because he showed up. I know Bobby Boucher's a fictional character, but he showed up before Drew Brees or Joe Burrow took over New Orleans. He was the original number 9 in Louisiana, even though he's a fictional character. We do need to acknowledge that. Okay, so on that note, what's the next topic here? Just getting my notes. Okay, top prospects in the 2024 Super Draft. I'll keep this as brief as possible because I want to spare Joey the details. It's still very early in the process. We had 58 players on our big board last week for the entire Super Draft. We bumped that up to 70 this week. Luis found some other underclassmen and found an underclassman in the draft. I found an underclassman, and there were some other players that really impressed through the ACC network that the ACC network mentioned as potential draft picks. So thanks to that and some more research on some of the top teams in the country, I was able to bump my draft board from 58 players to 70. And only 87 college soccer players get drafted into the MLS. That's assuming no MLS teams pass on their picks, because every year it happens. But here's the kicker. I'm not going to do an MLS mock draft until the end of the season, but there's a few guys in the conversation. Palmer Alt, Matthew Bell. They're both forwards. Colorado's still only 16 goals in the year. Zach Bohane, Stanford midfielder. Marcus Calderia, West Virginia forward from Canada. 5 goals as a sophomore. He's only 18. He's very young. If he's in the draft, he might actually have a say in the number 1 pick because of his age. Olu Oigunnel from Canada, Syracuse left back. Josh Jones, a Louisville center back, is 6'5", 209 pounds, but he's versatile enough to play right back as well as center back. Fritz Volmar, Northwestern. He's on the St. Louis Academy team in MLS Next, but he chose Northwestern over a academy deal with the best team in the MLS right now. And Saku Heiskanen, a midfielder on Central Florida that Florian told me to keep an eye on. So those are the underclassmen, the guys with star potential. There's still some good seniors that are impact players, but I really don't see a superstar senior in this draft like a Duncan McGuire or a Valentin Noel or even a guy like some of the guys in the 2022 Super Draft that were considered star players. Theo Colum. I don't see a senior of that caliber in this draft yet. It's still early, and I don't want to go too in-depth with my rankings yet because we don't even know the draft order. I will say this. The Colorado Rapids have 5 of the top 30 selections, Joey. They have the number 1 pick. They have the LA Galaxy's first-round pick, currently 5th overall. The Rapids also have Charlotte FC's first-round pick from the trade they made in last year's Super Draft, currently 8th overall. So Colorado ended up moving up from 11 to 8 thanks to that trade with Charlotte. They traded their 2022 first-round pick to St. Louis for their first-round pick, so they have 29, and Colorado has 30. So the Rapids have 5, which is the first pick in round 2. So the Rapids have 5 of the top 30 draft picks. I don't ever remember a team accumulating 5 of the top 30 draft picks in my lifetime. I remember the Rockets having 4 first-round picks back in 2021. I don't remember a pro sports team accumulating 5 of the top 30 picks. So if an NFL team can actually pull that off, Joey will tip his hat to you. He will tip his hat to your entire front office. So, 5 of the top 30 draft picks, that's nothing to sneeze at. And that's pretty impressive haul for a Rapids team that's in a total rebuild.
5 of the top 30?
Yeah.
You pull that off, you're good for the next decade.
You hit on all those picks, you're good for the next decade because that's what the Rapids GM did with the team in a rebuild this year, only scoring 16 goals. They ended up trading a veteran to the LA Galaxy for a 2024 first-round pick, which is currently the 5th pick in the draft. They traded the 11th pick to Charlotte in last year's Super Draft for the 2024 first rounder, which is currently 8th. So they moved up from 11 to 8 thanks to the trade with Charlotte. They traded their 2022 first-round pick to St. Louis for their first-round pick, which is currently the 29th pick if St. Louis wins MLS Cup. If St. Louis gets knocked out of the playoffs, that pick could go up into the top 20 or could go higher. Who knows? And then number 30 is the first pick in round 2 since there's only 29 MLS teams. So Colorado has 5 of the top 30 picks. I don't ever remember a team managing to accumulate 5 of the top 30 draft picks in a draft class. I don't think that's ever been pulled off in sports, Joey. I mean, I've seen few teams get 4 of the top 30 picks in an NBA draft, like the Rockets 2 years ago, but I don't ever recall a team getting 5 of the top 30 selections. I don't think that's ever been pulled off.
I don't remember it, but the question is, are they going to nail all 5 picks?
Yeah, if you do, you're looking good. But like I said on last week's podcast, there were only 20 players on my board with first-round grades. After rewatching some tape, I would say, right now, I would say there's about 23 I don't know where I would I think I would say there's about 24 players with first round grades. I said there were 20 last week. I went back, I rewatched some tape. I watched Lawrence Wooten against Washington. He looked really good in that game after struggling against St. John's. So I moved him up to 24. The Virginia center back struggled against Duke. Aiden O'Connor, ACC Network thinks Aiden O'Connor still a first-round talent despite Virginia giving up 2 goals to Duke. So I would say I said there were 20 first-round talents last week. I'd say there's about 24 to 25 after rewatching tape this week. But still, odds all those players hit are slim to none. So, and that's the thing. Luis thinks there's 16 first-round talents. Florian still thinks there's 18. And that could go up or down depending on how many underclassmen get Generation Adidas offers. And I had 6 GA offers a week ago. I moved that number up to 8. So, And if you're Colorado and you get 8 underclassmen, you can get an underclassman with each of your top 10 picks and then get the 2 best seniors at 29 and 30. Also, if you think this draft is as bad as Florian or Luis, you can trade those picks for allocation money. And I'm guessing if you traded all of those picks, you could get around, you'd probably get 250 or 300 for the number 1 pick in allocation money. You'd probably get around 250 for the number 4 picks. So that's 550. And then you'd probably get about 200K for the 8th pick. And that's 300, 250, that's 550. 8 pick, 200, that's 750. You trade the 29th pick away. That's about $800,000 in allocation money, which Stan Kroenke can use to get the best star out there. And one of the things I suggested is who's the best player in soccer that's currently not on an MLS team? It's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's currently making $75 million a year over the next 3 years in Saudi Arabia. I was thinking Stan Kroenke could buy him out and bring him to the Rapids. That was my pitch. And then take the best striker on your board at number 1 to be the number 2 striker who learns under Ronaldo. Ronaldo's 38 years old, and it's getting to that point where if he struggles in Saudi Arabia in 2024, he's going to be an intriguing MLS option if he plays into his 40s like Tom Brady. I know Cristiano Ronaldo, it's kind of out left field, but I think the one owner who could probably get him to come to MLS is probably Stan Kroenke, as crazy as it sounds, Joey. Stan Kroenke is probably the one owner who could get Cristiano Ronaldo to come to Major League Soccer with the money and resources he has. Okay. I know Beckham got Messi, but you want to rival that or top that, and you're Stan Kroenke. Go out and get Ronaldo. I know he's 38 and he's got that contract with Saudi Arabia, but if you offer him 80 to 100 million a year for 3 years, you might be able to get him to buy out of that contract, but it would be a massive overpay on your part. And you would have to use your personal money instead of this team's salary cap money if you wanted to do it. But I think it'd be worth it because if you get him and you get a number 1 pick in the draft to learn under him, you could have a really good team in a few years or a really good team next year. And then the number 1 pick would be ready to take over for Ronaldo when he retires. But yeah, I'm not going to do an MLS mock draft until the draft order comes out. So if you were hoping for that tough shit, my favorite senior in this class is Leo Afonso, the Virginia striker. He didn't score against Duke, but he was very good in some of the opening games. The goalies, Fowler and Shakes, are still in my top 20. Forster Ajago currently leads the NCAA with 5 goals for Duke. He played on Dayton last year, transferred from Dayton to Duke in the portal. And, Amir Daly is a guy the ACC Network wouldn't shut up about. And one MLS player with a 3rd round grade is Notre Dame goalie Brian Dowd. Why am I mentioning Brian Dowd? Well, Brian Dowd's not only the starting goalie on Notre Dame's soccer team, he's the punter on Notre Dame's football team. Yeah, he's a 2-sport athlete in soccer and football. First athlete I've scouted in my entire history at Draft Utopia that is a 2-sport athlete in soccer and football. So when Notre Dame's football team and soccer team play on the same day, Notre Dame starts the backup goalie unless Dowd can make it to both the football and soccer games, Joey. And Dowd is playing North Carolina State at noon today, and Notre Dame hosts Clemson in South Bend at 7 p.m. So I'm not sure if Dowd's going to be able to make that flight from Notre Dame, from Raleigh, North Carolina to South Bend by 7 p.m. I think Notre Dame's probably going to have to start their backup goalie tonight against Clemson, unfortunately, in the ACC opener. But, damn. So, here's the thing with Dowd. If he gets drafted in the 3rd round, but an MLS team doesn't want to give him a contract, and then he gets an invite to the NFL Combine, he could theoretically get drafted in both the MLS draft and the NFL draft in the same year. That's pretty freaking cool, Joey. I'm not going to lie. That a soccer player could get drafted in both the MLS and NFL draft because it's a punter, but it's also a starting goalie. So a starting goalie / starting punter on the football team could theoretically get drafted in both the MLS and NFL. And if the MLS team that drafts him doesn't give him a contract, he'd still be eligible for the NFL draft. That's the plot twist. That's the kicker.
Well, that's not unheard of, though, because we've seen people get drafted in soccer overseas and get drafted by the NFL.
Well, the same thing happened to Brandon Aubrey. I had a first-round grade on him in my 2017 MLS draft. I think he was my number one pick at one point in the process. Gets benched at the MLS Combine. He falls to Toronto, the team that lost the MLS Cup to Seattle. Ends up failing with Toronto, but he gets an opportunity in the USFL. He dominates there. Now he's the starting kicker on the Dallas Cowboys. How about that? I mean, Jerry Jones has a chance to embarrass Canada if Brandon Aubrey makes the game-winning field goal at this year's Super Bowl. If he has that Vinatieri moment, Jerry Jones has the opportunity to emasculate an entire country. And I think that's kind of awesome. You know, you really are a badass owner if you manage to emasculate an entire country. We're not trying to offend anybody. I just think that's a pretty incredible achievement. Because that's like next level dictator stuff.
Indeed.
All right. Just looking through the list of topics here. Okay, college football week 2 predictions. Only have 5 games, and then we're getting straight into the NFL games here. Okay, so the games we have Colorado versus Nebraska versus Colorado. I am taking Colorado to win this game. I'm going to go 35-14 Buffaloes. Orin's alma mater defeats the Cornhuskers. It's prime time and Coach Prime versus Matt Rule. I am taking Coach Prime by 3 touchdowns in this contest after the god-awful coaching I saw last week with Matt Rule against Minnesota. Matt Rule's coaching kept Gus Johnson's voice in the friend zone. And if you know, Matt Rule, he was bad in the NFL. I did not think he would be so bad in his debut that he managed to keep Gus Johnson from screaming at the top of his lungs. I didn't think Matt Rule would be that bad in his opener. Jeff Sims was absolutely brutal against Minnesota's secondary. To be fair, Minnesota does have a really good secondary. Colorado's secondary is even better than Minnesota's with all their quarterback depth. I like the Buffaloes by 3 touchdowns. I think Shadur Sanders, he has another 350-yard game after having over 500 yards in his debut against TCU. I think Travis Hunter has a pick 6. I like the Buffaloes by 3 touchdowns, Joey. I know the Buffaloes are only favored by 2.5 at home against Nebraska, but that's major disrespect to Coach Prime because Coach Prime is up here, like where a 9 or 10 is, and Matt Rule is like where a 4 or a 5 would be out of 10 on the coaching scale. So that is major disrespect to Coach Prime. I'm calling it as I see it. I like the Buffaloes over Nebraska by 3 touchdowns. I would not be surprised if this game became a bloodbath. Honestly, Colorado should be favored by at least a touchdown. That is major disrespect in my opinion. You got anything you want to add to that before I get to the next game? Because Matt Rule laid an egg against Minnesota, and Coach Prime pulled off an upset win over a team that he was projected to lose by 3 touchdowns to. We both thought Colorado would win straight up. The rest of the country didn't. So, you know, kudos to us. Who do you like in that game before I get to the next game? You like Matt Rule or Coach Prime? I think I know the answer. I just want to hear you say it. This is Colorado's home opener, by the way. I am going to turn it to Big Noon Kickoff.
I go with Prime.
Yeah. Next game is Ole Miss versus Tulane. It is at Tulane. I thought Ole Miss was the team. Tulane quarterback Michael Pratt is a game-time decision. He had a knee injury against South Alabama. They're going to see how he does with warm-ups before making a game decision. I wanted to take Tulane in the upset since they're the home team, but if Michael Pratt has a knee injury that may keep him out, I have to take Lane Kiffin. Even though his smile is creepier than any of the McDonald's mascots. No offense to McDonald's. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say Lane Kiffin's a weasel because of how his coaching career in the NFL went. But, like, you know, he hasn't really taken that big splash at Ole Miss that fans were hoping he'd take, but he hasn't been overtly horrible either. So, you know, it is what it is. But I like Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. I think Quishon Judkins goes off on the ground today, has a big game. I'm predicting 210 yards for Judkins. And with Tulane's middle linebackers in the NFL, both Nick Williams and both Dorian Williams and the other guy that got drafted, I think Ole Miss is just going to dominate on the ground today. I like Judkins and I like the Rebels over Tulane. Who are you taking in this one? You taking Tulane in the upset since they're the home team, or you like Ole Miss? I think if Tulane can win this game, they'll finish the year 12-0. I do, but at the same time, I like Ole Miss because of Pratt's injury. If Pratt wasn't injured, I'd probably be tempted to pick Tulane.
I'm going to Tulane.
All right. We got 3 more college games left, and then we get to your favorite part of the show, NFL picks. Okay. Next up, it is Cincinnati at Pittsburgh, Acrisure Stadium. Senior Bowl called this the game of the week. 1-0 Cincinnati without Luke Fickell versus 1-0 Pittsburgh. I like what Pat Narduzzi's done with the culture at Pitt. They are very good at reloading on the front seven. I'm taking the Pitt Panthers. I think Phil Jurkovec has a good game today. And Pitt has one of their running backs from last year's team back despite losing Abanaconda. So I like the Pitt Panthers over Cincinnati in this one. I'm going to go 31-20 Pitt. I mean, if Luke Fickell was still on Cincinnati, this might be a contest. But with Luke Fickell in Wisconsin, I just think Pitt's going to find a way to win. And it's also the first college football game to ever air on the CW, Joey. So Cincinnati versus Tulane will be the first college football game to ever air on the CW. So congrats, CW. Congrats on acquiring your first college football game. Are you taking the Bearcats or the Pitt Panthers? We've got 2 more games after this. You can take as much time as you want, but the longer we do these games, the longer you got to wait for Browns-Bengals. The longer you're going to have to wait for Browns-Bengals. That's all I'm saying.
I'll take whoever you're taking.
You're taking Pitt. Okay, next up is UCLA at San Diego State. San Diego State would have lost to Ohio if Rourke hadn't got injured. I love the Bruins and Chip Kelly in this one. I think they go into Snapdragon Stadium and cause some chaos. I'm taking UCLA over San Diego State. Bruins or the Aztecs? It's your move. And then we got 1 game left, and then we get to have fun with NFL games.
Aztecs.
Joey's taking the Aztecs. So, Joe, we agreed on every game last week. Joey and I disagree on 2 games so far. The last game, it is Texas. It is Alabama. It is in Tuscaloosa. I'm going Crimson Tide 30, Longhorns 21. I think Ewers has 3 touchdowns, but he also has 2 picks. So I'm taking the Crimson Tide 30-21. They win by 9. They avoid winning by double digits, but they win by 9. It's not they don't like Texas. Texas is a left tackle projected to go in the first round of 2025, and Alabama's left tackle is probably going to be the top left tackle in 2026. And Alabama's -7. I like the Crimson Tide by 9, 30-21. And the over-under is 56.5, so I do have the under occurring in this game, but barely. And this game will be on ESPN at 7. And honestly, Joey, this is probably the only interesting game because there's only 2 games with ranked teams this week: Ole Miss, Tulane, and then Texas, Alabama. And the last year's game in Austin was way more interesting because Austin provided an energy that you often don't see in Austin. I mean, Austin's crowd's always loud, but like when Alabama came, they turned it up a notch from 10 to 11 on the volume scale. And Bryce Young was there. I just don't know if this game's going to have that type of energy with Bijan Robinson now in the NFL. So I like Alabama for that reason. But yeah, Texas, Alabama, this is the last game, and then we get to our NFL predictions for week number 1. So once Joey reveals his Alabama-Texas prediction, I'll load our NFL predictions.
I'll go with Texas.
Awesome. So Joey is going with Texas, and we are officially at the point in the show where we talk about the NFL games. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through our lengthy write-ups here. I had the Chiefs 30-24. Joey and Tanya have winning records. Everybody else is losing to start the season. Panthers and Falcons. Young. I do like Bryce Young. I like this offensive line. Christensen's going to be at left guard playing. He had an injury in week 18. I guess he's fully recovered from it. And Chandler Zavala, your 4th-round pick from North Carolina State, he recovered from the he's won the right guard job with Austin Corbett injured. DJ Chark is out. So DJ Chark is out. Adam Thielen is questionable. Terrence Marshall is also questionable. So Jonathan Mingo, the rookie, is the only fully healthy receiver. And if Thielen and Marshall are both out, LaVisca Chenault Jr., your number 5 receiver, is going to have to be your number 2. And Amir Smith-Marset, a receiver that the Chiefs cut, is going to be your slot receiver. And it'd be pretty hilarious if Smith-Marset balled out in this game after the Chiefs debacle in the season opener. It'd make them look like dumbasses for cutting Smith-Marset. I mean, but Hayden Hurst, number 1 tight end, was the starting tight end last year. He's going to be used in 2 tight end sets. And Tommy Tremble, the number 2 tight end last year, is the number 3 tight end. I love Carolina's tight end depth. Hubbard's going to remain the number 2 running back. Miles Sanders is going to be the starter. Carolina's switching from a 43 to a 34 defense. Outside of Brian Burns and Justin Houston and maybe Shaq Thompson, I really don't see anybody that I like that wows me. I mean, DJ Johnson, your 3rd-round pick, is on 3rd string after getting humiliated by DeJuan Jones in Mobile. Well, John, I like the Panthers secondary. Dante Jackson, Horn, Chin, Von Bell, Xavier Woods. You have C.J. Henderson for depth. I think Atlanta's going to win, though, because of the Panthers transitioning to the 34 defense. I think this is going to be a off. I don't like the fact that the Falcons only have 3 playmakers in the passing game: London, Kyle Pitts, and backup tight end Joe Smith. I'm not sold on Mac Hollins or any of the other backup receivers on Atlanta. I think Atlanta has the worst receiver situation of any NFL team. And Ritter, to me, is a guy who's an above-average starter, not a quarterback to be a Pro Bowler. Great leader, but he only made up to 4 progressions out of 6 at Cincinnati. It's not horrible, but it's certainly upgradable. He more starts last year. I think Calais Campbell, Grady Jarrett and Calais Campbell are just going to bully Christensen and Chandler Zavala because Brady Christensen got injured in week 18. Apparently, both of Carolina's guards had ACL injuries, but Christensen apparently and the other player didn't recover from theirs, Corbett. So I just think Campbell and Grady Jarrett are going to bully Brady Christensen and rookie guard Chandler Zavala. I think Atlanta's 5 technique defensive ends at 34 defensive end are just going to make it impossible for Bryce Young to hand off the ball and impossible for him to throw it. I will not be surprised if this front 7 costs me in fantasy because I do have Miles Sanders starting. Bud Dupree and Arnold Evans. Ebikide led the team in quarterback hurries despite being off the bench as a rookie. Now he's going to be starting with Dupree, and then you're going to have Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson at 34 middle linebacker. I think the Falcons' weakness right now is probably at corner outside of A.J. Terrell, but the Panthers are just as depleted at wide receiver as the Falcons are at corner with Okudah and Clark Phillips injured. Richie Grant and Jesse Bates are the safeties. The over-under in this game is 40, and the point spread is -3.5 for Atlanta. 57% of the public is betting on Carolina, though. I am taking the Falcons. I like the Falcons 23-19 with them barely covering the spread. And I am taking the over. The over-under is 40. I think the over hits. Tanya Orrin, Jason Bantle, Tracy Porter, and Wes Langley all took Bryce Young and the Panthers. Jesse Lucas, Joey Kern, and Brian Bayless all took the Falcons. But what's your input on this before we get to the next game, Texans and Ravens?
Yeah, in my thought, I think Desmond Ridder is supposed to take the next step. I mean, he played well last year in limited time, and I think the Falcons got the best running back in the draft. So they've got a at least slightly improved offensive line. Their weapons should be.
Well, Atlanta's got 4 of their 5 offensive linemen back. They only lost their left guard, but replaced him with Bergeron in the draft. Jake Matthews, Bergeron's at left guard. Drew Dahlman's back at center. Lidstrom was the top guard in the league last year. And then the right tackle is Caleb McGarry. So Falcons have most of their offensive line from a season ago back.
That's why I say they're slightly better, because most of it's done by improvement from the players that they had. Their weapons will be a year more improved. I think they've just gotten better overall. I think they're being slept on. And I think if they come out and
Atlanta might have the most stars on offense with Pitts, Robinson, and London. The Falcons might have the most stars on offense, but they don't have that number 2 receiver next to London. Mac Hollins was awful with the Raiders. That's a deal breaker for me. I can't pick Atlanta to win the division for that reason alone. So,
well, there was somebody that I think it was. They didn't choose Atlanta, Tampa, or Carolina to win the division.
New Orleans is a pretty popular pick. Brian Bayless has New Orleans. Jason Bantle was going to go with Carolina. He now has New Orleans winning that division. New Orleans winning the division. The Saints with Derek Carr are the trendy pick to win that division. But they replaced their 2 co-defensive coordinators with Joe Woods. And Saints fans are trying to tell me Joe Woods, because he's friends with Dennis Allen, he's going to do better with the Saints than he did in Cleveland. I'm not buying it. I mean, that's the Saints defensive coordinator.
Through 3 seasons with the Cleveland Browns, put together one of the worst.
Yeah. Some of our staff members picked the Titans because of Joe Woods.
I can't find words to explain how bad it was.
Some of our Draft Utopia staff members picked the Titans over the Saints because of Joe Woods. But we'll get to that when we get to that game. But we're going to move on.
You don't go on a rant about that right now.
Yeah. Okay. So Lee Corso put on the Longhorn gear in Tuscaloosa. And Desmond Howard had a chair up. He had a chair up that had the Longhorn logo on it. That's pretty hilarious. I'm not going to lie. Fox. Okay. Next game is the Ravens-Texans game. Texans, only reason they have a landslide is because C.J. Stroud is playing a Ravens secondary that doesn't have Marlon Humphrey at corner. But their offensive line is in shambles right now, Joey. Kenyon Green, their left guard's out for the year. Juice Scruggs, the center you got out of Penn State, out for the first 4 games. Scott Quisenberry, the other center that was supposed to compete with Scruggs for the center job, season-ending injury in training camp. For the second year in a row, Titus Howard's out for the first 4 games at right tackle. He got placed on IR on Thursday. The backup right guard is on IR. And, so that's a left guard, right tackle, and the backup right guard for the Texans are all on IR. The Houston Texans are the first team since the 1979 Detroit Lions to have 5 of their 10 offensive linemen on injured reserve to start the season. And that 1979 Lions team went on to be the worst team in the NFL. And that Lions team drafted Billy Sims, number 1 overall in 1980. Billy Sims wasn't a bad running back until he peaked, and then Barry Sanders came in and pretty much changed the culture of Detroit. But that's another story for another day. Also, the Texans' first-round pick belongs to the Cardinals. So now Josh Jones, the backup left tackle, the Tunsil's your left guard. Jarrett Patterson, your 6th-round pick out of Notre Dame, that I had a 3rd-round grade on, is now the starting center. And George Fant, the backup right tackle, is now starting at right tackle. So those are the changes to this offensive line with the guys on your roster. Line for the Texans from Houston to Baltimore, because if this offensive line for Houston was healthy, Joey was prepared to pick the Texans despite Marlon Humphrey being out of the lineup. I like Nico Collins, Woods, Tank Dell. I think there's a good core of receivers there, but it's going to take time for them to gel. John Mechie is out for the game, so Xavier Hutchinson moves up to the number 5 receiver. Dalton, you have Pierce as your running. Andrew Beck's the fullback. Keegan Quattorio is the backup tight end, while Brevin Jordan is the 3rd-string tight end. And then you have Devin Singletary is the backup running back to Pierce, not a 3rd-string running back, but you have Davis Mills and Case Keenum as your backups. And then defensively, you have Will Anderson and Greenard. Jerry Hughes is a 3rd edge rusher for depth. Derek Rivers somehow made this roster as a backup to Will Anderson, but Hughes is going to be used as a situational pass rusher with Greenard. And then you're going to have Christian Harris and Denzel Perriman are the linebackers in 4-2-5 nickel. Blake Cashman's the left outside linebacker. Jimmy Ward has been ruled out for this game at strong safety. So Eric Murray, who started next to Jalen Patier, is going to be starting at safety. But all of Houston's corners are healthy. Derek Stingley is healthy, and Steven Nelson's healthy. But Texans have a lot of horrible nickel corners. Tavierre Thomas, he's injury prone. You have Cameron Dantzler, who got cut by the Bills and the Commanders after getting cut by the Vikings. You have Shaq Griffin, who we went on a rant about. And then you have Alex Austin, the Bills' 7th-round pick, who Houston picked up. All of those corners are going to get torched by Zay Flowers. It doesn't matter which one of those guys you put on Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is probably going to win that matchup, Joey. I think we can agree on that. I'm debating whether to flex Zay Flowers in fantasy, even though it's a risky move, because I don't trust any of those corners against Zay Flowers. I trust Stingley against Rashad Bateman, and I trust Steven Nelson against Odell Beckham. I don't trust any of those corners I mentioned, Tavierre Thomas, Dantzler, Shaq Griffin, or Alex Austin, a 7th-round pick that the Bills cut, over Zay Flowers. I don't. I know that's kind of harsh, but that's just how I see this game. And the Ravens' offense is fully healthy. You have Simpson, who the Raiders played at right guard, as your starting left guard. Moses, Zeitler, Linderbaum, and Ronnie Stanley are back. Makari and Falele are the 2 backup tackles. Ben Cleveland's the backup right guard. And you have a good backup left guard from the NFL draft. I mentioned the receivers already. You still have Mark Andrews. You still have Isaiah Likely. And the 3rd-string tight end is Charlie Kolar, who missed his entire rookie season. Iowa State tight end that a lot of people forget about was Brock Purdy's insurance blanket at Iowa State. And then you have Dobbins and Gus Edwards. So and Keaton Mitchell did make this roster as an UDFA. You have Melvin Gordon, Patrick Ricard's the fullback. I just think the Ravens have a lot of pieces on offense, a lot of depth in the running game, a lot of depth at tight end. Heck, as long as Lamar Jackson's the only injury, Tyler Huntley might put up respectable numbers if Lamar's the only injured player on the offense. But if you're a Ravens fan, you need Lamar healthy. And you look at the Ravens defense, Washington, Campbell's gone, Michael Pierce, Travis Jones. Nobody on the front seven really wows me. You do have Urban, you have Matabuke, Broderick Washington. Maybe these guys do well against Houston because of the offensive line injuries. Owa and Tyus Bowser, your edges. Roquan and Patrick Queen are quite the tandem at 34 middle linebacker. Ojabo's your backup 34 right outside linebacker. Clowney's the backup 34 left outside linebacker. Malik Harrison and Trent Simpson are the backup 34 middle linebackers. I love the Ravens' depth at linebacker, both inside and outside. I think there's more stars at inside linebacker than outside, but the depth is great regardless. And with Marlon Humphrey out, I think the secondary is kind of suspect. I love the safeties Baltimore has, but I think their corners are kind of suspect.
Baltimore has always gone as Lamar Jackson has gone.
Yeah.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Since the historic MVP season he has been an average injury-prone quarterback.
I'm taking the Ravens are still favored by 10.
Average injury-prone team. As the Ravens go.
So the Ravens, while they're fully healthy on offense for the first time in like 2 years, the Ravens are fully healthy on offense for the first time in 2 years. No injuries on offense. I mean, the last time the Ravens had no injuries on offense, they were 6-1 heading into a week 7. I think they were undefeated heading into a home contest against the Steelers, where Ronnie Stanley tore his ACL against TJ Watt. I think that's the last time the Ravens had 0 injuries on offense. And this team's deeper than that team right now.
Lamar Jackson does not deserve the benefit of the doubt after 3 years of injuries after his MVP season. But in this game,
he did not have any injuries in the 2019-2020 season.
But in this game, the Texans are basically doing their best impression of the Ravens in the last couple years and being injury prone. Well, to your point, the Ravens are healthy.
The Ravens are favored by 10. The Ravens were favored by 10. They might be favored by 10.5 or 11 now, but the Ravens are 10-point favorites. I don't even have the Ravens winning by 10. I do have the Ravens winning straight up. 28-20 Ravens. That was my score before the injuries for the Texans broke. That is still my score. It could be uglier than that, but outside of Roquan Smith and the safeties and Patrick Queen, there's not a player on this defense I trust. I love Hamilton and Williams at safety, and I like the linebacker duo of Roquan and Patrick Queen, but there's not a player on this defense outside of those 4 that I have the utmost confidence in. And that is why I have the Texans covering the spread, because if Marlon Humphrey was healthy, I'd have the Ravens winning by double digits. Marlon Humphrey is out, I think the Texans cover the spread.
And that means that because Zay Flowers and the tight end, whose name just suddenly
Mark Andrews, but the thing with Flowers is I mentioned the nickel corners on Houston. They all suck. All the nickel corners on Houston are awful.
The only 2 guys that worry me as when it comes to Ravens offense is the receiving corps.
I liked Rashad Bateman coming out of Minnesota, but he got injured last year. And Flowers is far more durable.
I can't be worried about a guy that's not shown anything because of injury. Now, if he comes out there and balls out, then he's well on his way to what we thought he was. But I just want to see it because he hasn't, he was out almost his entire rookie year.
He was out almost all of last year, which was his sophomore year. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, just get him to the place where he can show it. And if he shows it, awesome.
Tanya still picked the Texans to win because of the Marlon Humphrey injury, but the rest of our staff has the Ravens. So this is a 10-1 game where no lock, but 10 of our staff members are picking the Ravens to win. I compared the Bengals-Browns game to a game of Polish checkers. I mean, you look at the start, Burrow, you have Brown, Cordell Volson's in at left guard, Karras in at center, Kappa at right guard, Jonah Williams at right tackle. Lael Collins is going to miss the first 4 games of the season. So that's going to be the excuse Bengals fans have if they lose this game. Deontay Smith is currently the backup left tackle to Orlando Brown. Carmen's the backup right tackle to Jonah Williams until Collins comes back. Sharping and Cody Ford are the backup guards, and Trey Hill's the backup to Karras. So 10 quality players in the offensive line. I love the Bengals starters. I'd love the Bengals starters even more if Collins was in the lineup with him or Williams at guard, but the sky is the limit if the Bengals can avoid any more injuries on this offensive line. Chase, Higgins are both good enough to be number ones. You have Boyd at slot, Irwin's to number 4, and then you've got the 2 receivers you drafted, Charlie Jones, who beat out Trent Taylor, and Andre Iosivas, the 6th-round pick out of Princeton. Cincinnati has more depth at receiver compared to a season ago with the current foundation of starting receivers and quality backups in place. You have Irv Smith Jr. taking over for Hayden Hurst. You do have, after Mixon, you have Travion Williams, Chase Brown, and Chris Evans, 2019 6th, 2023 5th, and 2021 6th-round picks, all sort of competing for that number 2 job with Perrine gone. Williams ended up winning the job over Brown because Brown, even though Mike Tannenbaum raved about his pass blocking at the Senior Bowl, his pass blocking was absolutely awful in the preseason. So this goes to show you, if Mike Tannenbaum tells you something, even after he gets fired from an NFL organization, he will still misevaluate something from time to time. So take his evaluations with a grain of salt. Hendrickson and Hubbard are starting. Reeder and Hill are the backups. Joey thinks the Bengals' biggest weakness on defense is at defensive tackle. I disagree. You have Miles Murphy as your backup right end. Sample is the backup left end. Zach Carter is the backup defensive tackle, but Josh Tupou looked great in the preseason debut against the Packers. And Jay Tufele, the Jaguars' 4th-round pick out of USC that we both like, he is the number 5 defensive tackle on this team, and he made the Bengals' final 53-man roster. So I think the Bengals have depth at defensive tackle. Joey can question that depth, but at the end of the day, I disagree with him on that. The Bengals still have quality depth at linebacker. Davis Gaither and Marcus Bradley are the backups. Logan Wilson and Pratt are the starters, and they both got extended. Awuzie, Cam Taylor-Britt, and Mike Hilton are the starting corners. Nick Scott's taking over at strong safety, and Daxton Hill's taking over at free safety. DJ Turner's the dime corner. I don't like DJ Turner as anything more than a backup corner. He got torched by Marvin Harrison and Quentin Johnston, but he had the best 40 time. And then you have DJ Ivey, whose Miami game film was god awful. And then you have Tyson Anderson and Jordan Battle as your backup safeties. So I think the Bengals' biggest weakness is not at defensive tackle, but at cornerback, because I don't trust the rookies the Bengals drafted to come in and start making impact. Cam Taylor-Britt had good tape at Nebraska. Turner had a good 40 time, and he did cover a lot of number 1 receivers, but he gave up 100 yards to both Johnston and Marvin Harrison Jr., so I don't trust him if one of these corners gets injured. I don't trust DJ Ivey, who got a Florida State blew out Miami. It was like 54-3 or something last year, and Ivey gave up a touchdown. Ivey was the receiver on Florida State went 20 yards past Ivey, and it was 40 yards past Ivey by the time they reached the end zone. So I don't trust Ivey or Turner. So I think the weakness the Bengals are going to have on defense is going to be the cornerback depth. Joey thinks the Bengals' weakness is at defensive tackle depth, but I like the guys they added. So I'll respectfully disagree with you on that. Anything you want to say about the Bengals before we get to your Browns and their lineup and their team in depth? Because I know this is the one game you wanted to go on.
I had heard some rumblings from some local media people on both sides. And I had my analysis, but after hearing these rumblings, I had to sit there and I had to reel in my expectations because, you know what? After looking deeper into it, maybe they're maybe not completely right, but maybe there's some validity. And one of the things is, maybe the Bengals defense is underrated. And the same thing with the Browns. Maybe the Browns defense is underrated. Maybe I have overrated, or maybe not overrated the two offenses, but maybe I'm underrated the two defenses to the point that the two offenses look much better. And with the Bengals, maybe I did underrate a little bit of their defense. Maybe I underrated their safety.
To be fair, in your defense, you criticized the Bengals' defensive line back in May. In your defense, you were critical of the Bengals' defensive tackle depth back in May. A lot has changed from now to May. So I was sold on the defensive tackle depth. I was looking for a weakness. I thought it would be at corner. And the backup defensive tackles for the Bengals did well against the Packers in the preseason, the game that aired on NFL Network twice over the Browns-Commanders game, by the way. So,
yeah, and I can say that I did, and maybe I underestimated them a little bit more than I should have. I also heard that the safeties, well, not as aggressive, maybe more athletic.
Anderson had 2 picks against the Packers. Jordan Battle had good tape in Alabama his senior year, and they're not starting safeties. They're backups. They're in a role that suits them right. So I think the Bengals' biggest weakness is at corner, but that will not be exposed unless one of their top 3 corners gets injured. If Awuzie, because this is the thing, if the Bengals had started Cam Taylor-Britt over Eli Apple and Awuzie stays healthy, I honestly think the Bengals are in the Super Bowl again instead of the Chiefs.
Nobody here is going to question the Bengals offense.
Bengals check off every box as far as starters and depth players on offense, okay? It is, I think the weakness for the Bengals is cornerback depth, but we'll get into the Browns and then we'll assess our teams further. Okay, so Watson's got Wills, Bitonio, Polkike, Wyatt Teller, and Conklin. And Dorian Thompson-Robinson wowed people enough to win the backup job. One of my standouts at the Shrine game, James Hudson's the backup left tackle. Nick Harris is the backup center. DeJuan Jones is the backup right tackle. Luke Whippler is the backup left guard on the depth chart. And Michael Dunn, who many Browns fans consider to be the 6th best offensive lineman, is the backup right guard. So the starters in depth, the 10 quality players in the offensive line are there. I mean, I think 4 of Cleveland's current backups could warrant opportunities as starters elsewhere, with Hudson being the weak link on a pretty deep offensive line. And Hudson's still a very good backup, even though I see him as a guy with the ceiling of a backup at best. So if he's the weak link, you have a hell of an offensive line. Browns receivers, you have Mari Cooper is your number 1. Peoples-Jones is in number 2 and 3 receiver sets, and Moore is the slot. There's a possibility that Cooper and Moore are the only 2 receivers in 2 receiver sets, or that they rotate Moore and Peoples-Jones. You have Tillman as your number 4, who will be used in 4 receiver sets. But if one of Cleveland's top 3 receivers gets injured, look for Tillman to grab a starting spot and potentially not give it back. You also have Marquise Goodwin as your number 5. David Bell as your number 6 after a rough rookie season. Njoku's the starting tight end. Jordan Akins is the backup. And Harrison Bryant is now the 3rd-string tight end after once winning the John Mackey Award at Florida Atlantic. Nick Chubb's the starting running back. Ford is the backup. 3rd-string running back is Pierre Strong Jr., the Patriots' 4th-round pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Patriots traded for an offensive lineman on the Browns that wasn't going to make the roster, and the Patriots gave up Pierre Strong Jr. in that trade, which still pisses me off because I thought Pierre Strong Jr. had a lot of potential, but with Stevenson and Elliott taking up a bulk of the carries, Belichick had Ty Montgomery as his 3rd-string running back. So Pierre Strong Jr. may have been cut if the Patriots hadn't found a trade partner for him. And the Browns decided to take on the duration of his rookie deal. And Pierre Strong Jr., good pass blocker, good catching out of the backfield. Honestly, I would not be surprised if he supplanted Jerome Ford on the depth chart at some point. But for now, he's the 3rd-string running back. And, Ford is going to be taking over for Hunt, and Pierre Strong Jr. is going to be taking over for Dearness Johnson. This is the strongest corner supporting cast the Browns have had on the offensive line in a while, but this team needs to produce under head coach Kevin Stefanski, or he will be out of a job by the end of the season. Defensively, we're looking at the Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith are both going to be starting edge rushers. You have Dalvin Tomlinson, Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle. Ogbonina Okoronkwo is a situational pass rusher. His first name is now Ogbo. He got rid of Ogbonina and changed his full name to Ogbo to make guard jobs easier. You can thank him for that when he sacks Burrow or gets his first sack of the season. Alex Wright is on the injured list, so the Browns are only going to have 3 edge rushers for the first 4 weeks of the season, which doesn't give them the flexibility to put Zadarius Smith in at defensive tackle right now with only 3 edges on the roster. Now, the 4th edge taking over for Alex Wright is Isaiah McGuire, a 2023 4th-round pick. So if Osai and Wright are healthy, both these teams have 5 edge rushers. They both have 4, so the injuries kind of even things out. Isaiah Thomas got cut, but the Browns brought him back once placing Wright on the injured list. Owosu Koromoa and Walker are the starting linebackers. Taki will play in 43 situations, and the only backup I like is Tony Fields to Owosu Koromoa. I know that might be critical. I like Diabetti as a Sam linebacker, but I think he will get exposed at Mike linebacker, because if you could find me college tape of him playing Mike linebacker when Devin Lloyd was there, or after Devin Lloyd left, I will retract that statement. But unless I get the tape, I'm just going to go with what I saw at the college level for now. But he did make the roster, and I think that's partially due to the fact that Matthew Adams is the back. I would take Diabetti at Sam over Matthew Adams, but, with the LSU linebacker out for the season, Jacob Harris, or the LSU linebacker the Browns took in the 3rd round, with him out for the season, it sort of opened things up for Diabetti, who probably is a roster cut if he doesn't get injured. But Denzel Ward, your number 1 corner. Newsom's the boundary. Emerson's the nickel. Delpit and Thornhill are the starting safeties. Cameron Mitchell is the dime corner. And he won that dime corner job from A.J. Griffin at Oklahoma State. I think A.J. Griffin III and Mike Ford are warm bodies with no business on this. The Browns' top 4 corners are healthy.
There's a reason I'm not worried much about the defensive position. Hasn't played as much. He's not going to be starting this week. And a lot of that's because he came in late, still learning the playbook, still getting into the situation, into what the Browns are doing overall. So, but his presence alone makes it to where Zadarius Smith will not have to go inside. He still may on some passing downs, but it's not.
I love the Browns' depth on the defensive line, and I think they're just as deep at corner as a season ago. I do. Look at the Browns. I think they're deeper on the defensive line at both edge and D tackle than a season ago. I think they're deeper. I think they're just as deep at corner.
I'm not too worried about.
But they're thinner at line. They're just as thin at linebacker and just as thin at safety.
Would I like the others to be available? Absolutely. It only serves Jim Schwartz better. But I'm not going to be upset about it.
And here's the thing with the Browns that I was going to say while Joey was on his rant. The Browns are just as deep at defensive end and even deeper at defensive tackle than a season ago. They're just as deep at corner. I think they're thinner at linebacker, just as thin at linebacker and thinner at safety in terms of depth. But as far as overall talent goes, as long as there are no injuries to the starters, I think they're going to be okay defensively. And the Bengals are 2.5-point favorites. They've lost their last 5 games in First Energy Stadium. I have the Browns winning 27-20. The over/under is 47. I gotta change. Over/under is 47. Do I have the over/under? Because I think I have a push. So no, the over/under is 47.5. So that has changed. So I have the under barely occurring, and I have the Browns winning by a touchdown, 27-20. So, you know, and I'm telling 80. Here's the thing with the Browns: 82% of the public's betting on Cincinnati. The money line is minus 130 for the Bengals and plus 110 for the Browns. Bet 190 on the Browns, and you can win up to $300 as long as the Bengals win by 2 points or less. And, I have the Browns winning 27-20 and covering the point spread. I am not the only one at Draft Utopia. This was the first split decision. It comes to no surprise to Joey. Split decision game is when 6 of our 11 staff members pick one team and the other 5 members pick the other team. So Tanya, Jesse, Jason, Andrew, Kermish, Lisa, and Wes are going with Burrow and the Bengals, but you, me, Tracy Porter, Brian Bayless, and Oren picked the Browns, Joey. Doesn't that make you feel good that Oren actually taking the Browns in week 1? Oren, I think this is the first time Oren's picked the Browns over the Bengals. So, doesn't that make you feel good? I mean, but yeah. I know it's a lot to digest, but 6 of our 11 staff members took the Bengals, 5 took the Browns. I didn't think we'd get a split decision on that game, but we did. Your thoughts before we get to Jaguars-Colts? Is your audio working, Joey? I can't hear you. All right. I'm just going to move on to the next game if you're not going to say anything, because we still have 12 more games to get to. Jaguars-Colts. Cam Robinson's out, but you have Anton Harrison. You have Walker Little. Lawrence. I think Lawrence is just going to carve the Colts. I'm being completely honest. Julius Brett's injured. Colts cut Darius Rush. And they still have Jalen Jones, but I think their secondary is a mess. Shaq Leonard did get cleared to play. He's a number 4, but I think he's upgradable, and I think Parker Washington, the 6th-round pick out of Penn State, is being groomed to replace him. Engram's a good tight end. You have Farrell as number 2, Brenton Strange at number 3. As long as Engram stays healthy, I think the Jaguars will be fine with their tight end formations, but if he goes down, that is going to cripple this offense. I think if any of the star receivers or Engram or Lawrence goes down, the Jaguars are a team that has a lot of star power, arguably more star power than any AFC team. But the only position they look deep at right now is running back. ETN, the starter, Bigsby, the backup, Hasty is your 3rd-string running back, and I think Ernest Johnson's the 4th-string running back. So running back's really the only position on offense the Jaguars are really super deep at. I mean, if the Jaguars are healthy, this is a top 5 offense in the league. But if a single injury occurs and the offensive line, Lawrence, receivers, or Engram at tight end, it could set the Jaguars back. Could it keep them from winning the division? Probably not. Could it keep them from home field? Absolutely. And that's really what I'm getting at here with the Jaguars. Hamilton, Fatu Kasi, Roy Roberts, and Harris are the starters in the defensive line. I like Jacksonville's starters, but I don't think there's much depth on the defensive line. Josh Allen, Trayvon Walker are the edges at right outside and left outside linebacker. Ola Kuhn and Devin Lloyd are the middle linebackers. Yasir Abdullah is now the backup to Allen, replacing Arden Key. And Kalavon Chasen's the backup to Walker, with Muma and Quarterman as the backups tag to Ventrell Miller, 4th-round pick having a season-ending injury. But Miller should be ready to take over for Quarterman next year when his contract runs out. Campbell, Demorius Williams, and Trey Herndon are the top 3 corners. You have Jenkins and Cisco. You have Wingard and Daniel Thomas for safety depth. I'm not too thrilled with the cornerback depth, but as long as Williams and Herndon played like they did down the stretch before giving up 27 points to the Chargers and Chiefs, I think the Jaguars are going to be okay. If they play like if those two corners, Williams and Herndon, play like they did in the playoffs, the Jaguars might have to make a cornerback change in the draft. And I think they upgraded at kicker too, replacing Riley Patterson with Brandon McManus. Logan Cook doesn't excite me as a punter, but Agnew's a hell of a return specialist, and you have Parker Washington being groomed under him because he's the backup return specialist to Agnew if Agnew were to get injured in his contract year. And the Jaguars might be grooming Washington to succeed Agnew if they don't want to pay him. The Colts, they're not going to have Jonathan Taylor. It's Richardson's first start. Will Fries is the starting right guard. I like Raymond, Nelson Kelly, and Braden Smith, but there is no depth on this offensive line outside of Blake Freeland, thanks to Jake Witz, the backup left tackle, being on injured reserve and out for the year. You have Pittman, you have Pierce. McKenzie and Downs ended up splitting reps for the slot receiver jobs, with Downs winning that competition by the narrowest of margins. And then you have Mo Alley Cox, Kyler Granson, Will Mallory, with Jelani Woods on IR. Ogletree made the roster as a fourth-string tight end. Zach Moss, Deion Jackson, and Evan Hull are the running backs. I think the offense has more potential than people realize. I'm not sold on Quiddy Pay and Samson Ekubom. I think Buckner is really the only star on this Colts defensive line, with the rest of these guys being solid starters, but nothing spectacular. You have Deo Odingbo and Tyquan Lewis. Leonard, EJ Speed, Zaire Alexander. I mean, it's a decent unit, but it's nothing great. And with Brent's, looks like Brent's was cleared of his injury. He will be the number one corner. I think he will do well against Ridley on man and press plays, but if Gus Bradley calls any zone coverage plays, I think Ridley is just going to freaking carve Brents. And Dallas Flowers, an undrafted corner of Pittsburgh State with only one career start, is your number two corner. Kenny Moore's a nickel. You have Jalen Jones as your dime. I mean, Blackman and Rodney Thomas are the safeties. Nick Collins is on the bench. I think Nick Collins should be starting over Rodney Thomas, and Jalen Jones should be starting over Flowers. The Jaguars are 4.5-point favorites. I have the Jaguars winning 42-0. This is my Draft Utopia shutout of the week. Jaguars not a lock on Draft Utopia. Jesse Lucas and Wes Langley both took the Colts in the upset. You got anything you want to add to this game before we get to Buccaneers-Vikings, Joey? You haven't said anything, man. Or is your audio not working? Joey, still sorry about. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the split decision for the Bengals-Browns game, and what do you think of my entire rant on the Jaguars-Colts? I'm glad you're back, man. I was worried about you. I can hear you. All right, so Joey will call back in. In the meantime, Buccaneers, Vikings. This is the first Draft Utopia lock of the week. Mike Evans, Godwin, just not sold on Baker Mayfield in Minnesota. I mean, I think Minnesota just has a better defense. O'Keefe is the backup. I know I'm skipping ahead. We'll refresh some of the games once Joey calls back in. but you have White, Edmonds, Keyshawn Vaughn, Greg Gaines, and Villa. Kalijah Cansey could be out for the opener, which means Logan Hall or Golston would have to play. Joey's back, folks. So, like,
Can you hear me?
yes, I could hear you before. I could hear you before you called back in.
I cannot hear you.
I can hear you, Joey. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I can hear you. They have the Jaguars winning 42-0. Jesse and West took the Colts with Richardson pulling the upset. And what are your thoughts on the split decision between the Browns and Bengals? Don't you think that's kind of cool that we had a 6-5 split decision on that game? That sort of validates that game as the most exciting game or the most competitive game. Because I can hear everything you're saying. I don't know if you can hear everything I'm saying. Go ahead. I mean, looking at this game, I have the phone next to the okay. So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Joey, can you quit screwing with your sound and answer the question? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So Nebraska and Colorado are scoreless after one quarter. I'm going to continue unless you speak, Joey, because we have 10 more games to get through.
Are you here?
I'm here. Are you here?
Chris?
Yes, Joey. I'm
Are
here.
you around?
Yes, I'm here, Joey. Earth to Joey. You're telling me you can't hear me, even when I scream into my iPad like a freaking preschooler. Do you have headphones on or something that's blocking the audio? Because I've still got this in the kitchen. I'm thinking about moving to another room or moving to improve the sound audio. So can you hear me now, Joey? Can you hear me? I'm on the iPad for TalkShoe. I'm not on my phone. Joey, what's in the background? You gotta mute that. I've got the game on mute, the Nebraska-Colorado game, even though I'd love to have the volume for that on. If you can't hear me, just say what's... I can text you the games or we can try through my phone. That's what we'll do. Call my cell phone and I'll put you on speaker through that. Okay? Because what we're doing right now isn't working. Can you hear me? Because if you can't hear me, I've got an alternative idea. I'll still be on screen, but we're going to try something else. All right, let's try this, Joey. I'll have you speak from my cell phone. Can you hear me now instead of TalkShoe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. what were you going to say about the Browns and Bengals split decision in the Jaguars-Colts game before we got to the Vikings-Buccaneers?
Okay, yeah, I just got done talking about how the lack of defensive ends and concern with the Browns. Shelby Harris was there that slack. He's just catching up because he didn't join until late in training camp and middle of the preseason. But I do think that the Browns win this. But I was going to say that when I initially believed it was going to be an incredibly high-scoring game, after hearing some of the stuff I heard from national media the day before, earlier this morning, I was like, okay, it's not going to be as high. I underestimated both defenses, and now I'm going to go ahead and say I expect like a one-score game. Both teams score under 30.
That's why I went with 27-20 Browns, because the over-under's 47.5. So I went with 47 points combined, the under hitting and the Browns winning by a touchdown. And I did a lot of research on this game. I would argue I probably did more research on this game than any other game in the week.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I thought Utopia would pick the, but Wes and Jesse, but at the same time, I think the Colts defensive side of the ball. And if Julius Brents is out for this game, he was injured up until the final week of training camp. If he's out in week one, honestly, I could see the Jaguars shutting out the Colts. That's how ugly in one side I think this is going to get. Jaguars winning 42-0. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but with Jonathan Taylor out, it's the passing game and dare the Colts backup running backs to beat them. Strategy. And it's going to affect Richardson to go through growing pains.
Well, I was there last year and it wouldn't be something that would be.
I think this game is going to get so Jim Irsay and Chris Ballard wrestle each other in the fourth quarter. They're going to be wrestling each other in the owner's box. And then Pat McAfee and his crew are going to come in. Out, Sam down. You think so? I think he would be McMahon, but as far as the Buccaneers-Vikings game goes, this is a game where I do like some of the talent on offense for Tampa, but Kancey's supposed to be out. Without him, I just don't see there is a. I like Logan Hall and Golston, but Kancey and Villa can both command triple teams. And you have Greg Gaines, who played with defensive tackle with Villa at Washington. So it's a pretty interesting team. Barrett and Tryon are both healthy. You have David and Devin White. Anthony Nelson, who filled in for Barrett, is back as a situational edge. And the Buccaneers also drafted Yaya Diaby in the third round. So you also have KJ Britt and Servacha Dennis, a 2023 fifth-round pick out of Pittsburgh, as the backup inside linebackers. I think Tampa Bay has depth everywhere in the front seven except nose tackle. But Vita Villa might be the only 4-down, 34 nose tackle in the entire NFL, which says a lot in my opinion, Joey. Villa's probably the only 4-down nose tackle in the entire league. Because nose tackles are usually 2 to 3 down players, and you have to rotate them in and out of the lineup with the 34. But Villa's probably the one guy who can be a 4-down nose tackle. So I'm not really concerned. Davis is the number 1 corner. Jamel Dean, who played nickel last year, is going to be playing number 2 receivers for the first time in his career. And Zion McCollum, who was the dime corner last year, is going to be taking over at nickel with Sean Bunting Murphy gone. Ryan Neal takes over at strong safety. I think that's an upgrade for Tampa. And Winfield's still at free safety. I love this secondary when healthy. But I think Tampa Bay lacks depth on the secondary if Carlton Davis or any of the safeties get injured. That is my big concern. In fact, if anybody on the secondary gets injured, Tampa Bay is going to be extremely thin. They're going to have a weakness in the defensive backfield that Kirk Cousins can exploit. Darisaw, Cleveland, Bradbury, Ingram, O'Neal, the entire offensive line is healthy. Minnesota lacks depth in the offensive line like last year, but fortunately, the Vikings avoided any injuries. You have Jefferson, you have Addison, Osborne's the slot, Hawkinson's the tight end, Josh Oliver's the backup, Johnny Monk's the third-string tight end. I love Minnesota's tight end depth, by the way. I know they have a top 5 tight end, Hawkinson, who just played Keenan, top 3 running back, fullback. I still like Minnesota back, but I don't love it. It's a team with depth at quarterback, team with back and tight end, but I think Minnesota's lacks depth in the offensive line, and I think Minnesota didn't have as much depth a year ago. You look at the defense, Tom Lowry or the Bullard line, Jacqueline Roy are backups at for right end and backup nose tackle. Jacqueline Roy replacing Zadarius Smith. He is questionable. Daniel Hunter is still at 34 left outside linebacker. Jordan Hicks and Brian Asamoah, with Asamoah taking over for Eric Kendricks. But undrafted free agent Ivan Pace Jr. almost won the start. Hicks is an undrafted. Aaron Rodgers won a starting job as an undrafted free agent. So Hicks is on the hot seat, and if he slips up, just look for Ivan Pace Jr. to potentially unseat him. And then you have Troy Dye, the number 4 backup linebacker in a contract year. Wanham and Patrick Jones, the second, are the backup edge rushers. I love the depth Minnesota has at linebacker, both inside and outside. Byron Murphy replaces Peterson. Mekhi Blackman's now the number 2 corner as a rookie out of USC. Caleb Evans is the nickel corner. Andrew Booth Jr., dime corner. Didn't really play a lot due to injuries. Now the number 4 corner. And then you have Jay Ward Jr. as the number 5 corner. Bynum and Harrison Smith are the starting safeties, with Lewis Sign as the backup strong safety. Josh Metellus is the backup free safety. Greg Joseph's a top 10 kicker, but Minnesota has question marks at punter, kick returner, and punt returner on special teams. Their special teams is only as good as what Greg Joseph. The over-under is -6. I have the Vikings winning by a touchdown, 27-20. Vikings are the first lock of the week. Thoughts on that before we get to Titans?
Is that I'm like, tell me I'm great. No, I'm not. Best running back. The quarterback's getting older, and he was an above-average quarterback to begin with. He was just a really good above-average quarterback.
And he's always had a good offensive line, which does not get accounted for. When Kirk Cousins was with the Washington, he had Silverback as his blind side for his entirety in Washington. That gets underplayed very frequently. And then when he went to Minnesota, his offensive line, he had O'Neal at right tackle, but he really didn't get an elite blind side until Darisaw got picked by the Vikings at left tackle. And then he had Jefferson. And those last 2 years have been the vintage years for Cousins, where he sort of looked like the guy he once was in Washington.
And here's the thing. I'm not against Kirk Cousins. I love Kirk Cousins. I have since he was drafted. I have since he was at Michigan State.
And he had Diggs when he first got to Minnesota. So even if offensive line wasn't an issue before Darisaw arrived, even if left tackle wasn't an issue, he had Diggs to make up for it his first 2 seasons. Prior to Jefferson, it's all right. But
as my buddy always told me, Father Time, for the last 3 years, we've seen Kirk a little bit.
I don't think he's going to decline in the open. That game, the Vikings play the Eagles on Prime. I didn't play in that game because Cousins is just struggled in prime time. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I think he does well against the Buccaneers. I think the Vikings have too many personnel matchups that favor them over Tampa.
But the older he gets, the more he's going to decline. And if you've been paying attention, you've seen it slowly, slightly, piece by piece. Give him credit, he's fighting it. He's working hard. But Father Time is undefeated.
I agree. I've got the Vikings at 7-10. In fact, I've got the Vikings starting the year 1-4. I have them losing to Philadelphia, the Chargers at home, the Panthers on the road, and then the Chiefs at home. I have them winning against the Bears in Chicago before losing to the 49ers on Monday Night Football. They get the Packers on the road in Green Bay. They go to Atlanta. I have them winning in Atlanta. I have them beating the Saints. I think Kirk Cousins can do just enough to beat Joe Woods, but Denver's going to be a tough game. The Bears on Monday night are a tough game. They play the road. Lions on the road. So there's a reason I have this team at 7-10. And unlike last year, where I had an easy, much harder strength of schedule in 2023, which is what other comes. All right. Andre Dillard is the left. Brunskill was the backup right guard in the Niners. He's now the starting right guard in the Titans. So the Titans have 3 backups starting in one. The biggest reason why I took the Saints. Aaron Brewer is the center. Skoronski's the left guard. Dillard. Promised Skoronski a starting job in the offensive line. You want to be Tannehill's blind side, you have to earn it. If you don't earn it, you're going to start out at left guard. And apparently the Titans think Skoronski did enough to steal the left tackle job. Maybe after Mailata, maybe he comes out Joey. I expect him to disappoint us. Situation at Tennessee. Petit did well for the Titans. Suspended for the first 6 games gambling. Dylan Redunz was cleared from his training camp injury and returned. He's being ready to play. Levis and Willis would both. Malik Willis, offensive line, got in week 7. But good. Hopkins and Burke, and you have O'Connor end. I think the biggest strength of the Titans right now, Joey, and O'Connor backup tight end to Hooper last year. He took the tight end 1 job from Hooper. Wesco's the backup tight end. Josh Wild is pushing Wesco for that number 2 tight end job, and you have Max number 4 tight end. Titans may bring a lot of 12 tight end, and you have Derrick Henry as a starting running and fades at back and tight end. But I think the Titans are their fit offensive line until people. I don't trust any quarterback on this team out now. Simmons and Autry are the 5 techniques. Arden Key, former Jaguar, replaces Bud Dupree. Harold Landry's back where he left off in Tennessee. Arden Titans with a pass rush could be formidable. Weaver led the Titans in Sasher, and Caleb Murphy, the guy we at the Shrine Bowl who had 23.5 sacks at Ferris State. Is an undrafted free agent. I'm so happy for Caleb Murphy. That's an awesome story because this is a guy who won 2 straight FCS but by the Senior Bowl, ended up at the Shrine game, going backup. So I am happy for Caleb. Got an opportunity somewhere and he succeeded. The Titans tackle and middle line those tackles. If you run it up the middle enough, to abandon the left or run Simmons and otlog the middle, which is going to open up runs as well as passing plays. So flaw on the Titans front 7 that can be exploited. And he's your number 1 corner. Bunting Murphy's your number 2 after being the number 2 on Tampa. a career. You have Caleb. He's on the pup list. He's going to be out the first 4 games. He had that tragic incident where his dad passed away in a burning house over the summer. Hook, our condolences go out to the Farley family. Hooker and Byard are the starters. And the Titans traded for kicker Hulk, right? And I'm not sold on Julian. Is the why are the Saints Penning great line for Derek? You got Mike, and you've got A.T. Perry's going to be starting in the slot receiver role. You have in spades for New Orleans. You have Juwan Johnson starting, Carr's teammate as the backup, and Taysom Hill's the 3rd string tight end. Former Saints legend Jimmy Graham. He actually tried out the guy to make the cut for New Orleans. Graham. Shout out. Cool story. That Jimmy Graham one more season before retirement. And made the roster. He's the last to make the cut. That is a very cool story, in my opinion. I think that is the coolest story involving the Saints offense that nobody in the media is talking about. Got Kamara, who will be Kendre Miller 3 games special. Jamal Williams is currently there. Go get Jamal Williams. And while I love the Saints defense, I think Carl Granderson's a liability at 43 right end. He struggled against Donovan Smith. Don't trust anybody. The good news is the Saints are playing a left tackle that Andre Dillard pressures against. And Granderson's really the only weakness on this entire defense. I think the Saints upgraded at defensive tackle. I like Warner at outside linebacker, and I like Lattimore, Debo, and Alante Taylor when all 3 corners are healthy, with May and Tyler. And I don't trust Joe Woods at defensive coordinator. The over-under is 41. I was originally going to take the under, but Joe Woods has forced me to take the over. Saints 28, Titans 20. Saints are not a lock thanks to Joe Woods. Brian Bayless, Andrew Kermish, and Tanya Holmes all took the Titans thanks to Joe Woods. Would you like to flip, or are you still taking this even as a defense? Because I just think the Titans have too many deficiencies to beat the Saints on the road.
I'll flip because even a death stuck in the basement Stevie Wonder could decimate a Joe Woods defense. Let's face it, Joe Woods is the worst defense coordinator I have seen.
And I think it's hilarious how my Saints friend Mitch is basically saying, oh, Joe Woods is friends with Dennis Allen. He'll work out in New Orleans because New Orleans is a college like Cleveland. It's like, no, guys, you have not seen how brutally bad Joe Woods is. You're going to wish for your co-defense season.
Joe Woods, his defense is simply this. Number 2, backpedal, nothing else.
Corner. Paulson and Debo is a man cover corner. Alante Taylor is man. Those guys can play zone. So if they're playing zone, their biggest strength.
The table in Cleveland for have 4 good man corners. Why the hell are you? Not only zone, why are you playing off zone in a cover 2 with no backing presence? No blitz? No. Okay. What Are you offering 30 points a game for our offense to overcome? Not bad. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, and Todd was the one who informed me that Joe Woods was the Saints defensive coordinator. I didn't want to believe her, but then I checked the Hourlands depth chart and found out she was correct. Kudos to that. It's a nugget. It's a nugget that changed the tide for a few of our panelists here. You, Kern, Brian, and Tanya all took the Titans. And Brian saying this could be a trap game with Caleb Farley's dad passing away. Also, Ron Torbert, who called the AFC title, is officiating this game. So he thinks Torbert's going to make a bad call in the game.
I'm surprised you that the Saints made some defensive coordinator. It's like Joe Woods, our defensive coordinator. Now about it.
The Saints hired him. They just completely swept the. And if Dennis Allen gets fired, I think it's are, even though Joe Woods is the one to blame. Yeah.
The Browns to the Chiefs and then missed the playoffs 2 straight years, and Mark Woods will any playoff thoughts, any playoff hopes, any playoff dreams that Saints fans.
Sure, the co-host of The Herd with Colin Coward has the Saints going 16-1 and getting a first-round bye in the NFC with Joe Woods as defensive coordinator. That's not happening with Joe Woods as defensive coordinator.
I had whatever the hell he's smoking because after watching Joe Woods exclusively for 3,
I think a lot of people are overselling the Saints now because I picked the Falcons as a win the division. It's a big reason I picked the Panthers. But we'll move on to Pittsburgh. Kyle Shanahan versus Coach Tomlin. Brock Purdy has everybody on the offensive line back except backup right tackle Colton McKivitz takes over for McGlinchey. McGlinchey was a turnstile, according to my 49ers friend CJ Cuevas, and McKivitz is turnstile 2.0. So I'm not sure if that's better or worse. I'm going to say it's worse. And CJ also told me that Brock Purdy out in this game. Nick Zakelj is the backup left guard. Feliciano is the backup center and backup right guard. Matt Pryor, who was god-awful with the Colts, is the backup right tackle. So if Colton McKivitz gets injured, or, more was injured is the backup left tackle. But if anything happens to Colton McKivitz, which I think is the weak link of this offensive line, Matt Pryor, who was the Joe Woods of offensive linemen, I think that's an appropriate analogy, Joey. The Joe Woods of offensive linemen, 20 quarterback hurries and 11 sacks in 5 games. That is your right tackle for Brock Purdy if anything happens to Colton McKivitz, who back up to McGlinchey and was worse than McGlinchey. So I think that was a problematic position for San Francisco. That's well for them. You have Samuel, you have Ayuk, Jawan Jennings is the slot. Ray is still in the pup. You have Ronnie Bell, Ray McLeod, the number 6 receiver. You have Kittle as your starting tight end. A lot. The biggest reason he didn't get cut. 2023 third-round pick almost got cut from the team. McCaffrey's the starting running back. Elijah Mitchell's your backup. Mason's the 3rd string. Tyree Davis-Price the 4th string. Kyle Juszczyk, best fullback in the league, is still your fullback. You have Bosa. You have Drake Jackson. 3 left end. Clellan Ferrell started if the both season. Clellan Ferrell can just be a backup edge rusher, kind of like Drake Jackson. And the other guy is Robert Beal Jr., the Georgia edge. He's on injured reserve at the moment. So Ferrell is a situational pass rusher to both Bosa and Jackson in this game. And both play down because coaches want to rotate Bosa in and out, but Bosa's like, no, I can play every down. Now that my contract, I want to play every down. And he's fighting tooth and nail for it. Hargrave and Armstead are the starting defensive tackles. And Kevin Givens is still on this team as a number 4 defensive tackle. Greenlaw and Warner are still the starting linebackers in a 4-2-5. Or backer in a 43 base defense, but will be the backup outside linebacker in 4-2-5 packages. And D. Winters, the linebacker out of TCU that I loved, is the backup to Fred Warner. And you also have Jay Ram as a backup free backer to Oren Burks. So I love San Francisco's linebacker depth. You have Ward, you have Lennar. I think San Francisco actually added more depth at linebacker, which is kind of scary. Because if the backup defensive linemen are as good as last year and the linebacker depth goes up, San Francisco would be even tougher to run the ball on, which is kind of scary. Lenore is still your number. Isaiah Oliver is moving to nickel. You have Ambry Thomas as the dime corner due to injuries, with Darrell Luter Jr. being injured. Good news is that the top 3 corners are fully healthy right now. Hufanga and Gibson are the starting safeties. Jake Moody is your kicker with Zane Gonzalez injured. Dan Moore Jr. is the left tackle this week. He won the starting job over Broderick Jones. You have Sumalo at left guard, Cole at center, Daniels at right guard. You have Jones backup left tackle. You have Spencer Anderson as the backup left guard, thanks to trading away Kevin Dotson to the Rams and Kendrick Green to the Texans. And you also have Nate Herbig is the backup right guard. Spencer Anderson's both the backup left guard and backup center. And the only questionable decision the Steelers made on the offensive line was cutting LaRaven Clark and making Dylan Cook the backup right tackle to Okorafor. That's really the only flaw I think the Steelers made this entire preseason. Because I would have kept Clark over Cook. That's just me, though. Front office more than Clark did. Trubisky's the backup. Mason Rudolph got a roster spot over LaRaven Clark. I know you're kind of pissed about that because I think we would both rather keep LaRaven Clark than Mason Rudolph. You have Deontay Johnson, Pickens, Miles Boykin, Calvin Austin, and Gunnar Olszewski for depth at receiver. Freiermuth's your starting tight end. You have Zach Gentry as your backup. Darnell Washington's the third string, but I think Washington's good enough to jump Gentry depth. Two tight ends. Pittsburgh ended up cutting Gentry, so it that. So I said Gentry was the backup Washington string tight end. Gentry got cut in Washington. So Freiermuth and Washington are the top 2 tight ends. You have Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, McFarland. Connor Hayward is the fullback as well as the third string tight end. Kenny Pickett has potential to be a good starter, but some of the Steelers scouts had a Pro Bowl grade on him. I don't see that with Pickett, but it's understandable why the Steelers feel that way after passing on Marino. His arm strength is better than Mac Jones. Pittsburgh is their deepest offense since the Steelers went to 3 Super Bowls in 40, 43, and 45. The problem is Pickett didn't enter the NFL having the same impact as Ben Roethlisberger, but he has worked his ass off this offseason, and he did enough to get named the only team captain on offense. The biggest issue with this offense may be offensive coordinator Matt Canada, because this team has far more depth compared to a season ago. And here's the thing with Matt Canada. He's even admitted behind closed doors that he refuses to call hot routes. When I'm playing my brother Andrew in Madden, I always call fucking hot routes because when I was a kid, I used to get my ass kicked by Andrew because I always called Hail Marys. And if I think Andrew's calling zone defense, drag outs, fades, shorter routes that will move the chains. If I think he's playing man, I will call a slant or a deep post route. You have to know how to call hot routes. This isn't rocket science. You're a freaking support for crying out loud. You want to coach college and not call hot routes? Fine. This is the NFL, how to call hot routes if you're an offensive coordinator. That is a must. Okay, I'm sorry for the rant, Joey, but it's like, if the Steelers lose this game, it will be because of Matt Canada. You want to add anything?
No, the thing with the Steelers offense, I don't think it's going to be because Matt Canada. He might play a role in it, but let's face it. The running back position was overrated last year. I think it's about even this year as compared to last year. Nothing's changed. The wide receiver position was overrated last year.
But that's largely due to injuries.
Nothing's changed.
Largely due to injuries, man. That's largely due to injuries. Calvin Austin III got injured, and Boykin got injured, and the Steelers really had no receiver depth. And Claypool got traded mid-season, so the Steelers had to run a lot of 2 receiver sets. They couldn't run 3 receiver sets because every backup to Claypool was injured.
I didn't have.
Pickens
Was the number 1 receiver.
Johnson's the number 1 receiver. He doesn't run that's the issue. But they don't listen. That's my issue with Deontay.
Deontay Johnson's a nothing receiver. He'd be a 3rd or 4th string receiver on any other team. It's like there's Pickens and then there's everybody else. It's not a good receiving core.
Deontay is not a receiver, even though Pickens is Hayward. Isaiah Loud and Leal is Adams last year. Travis now Pittsburgh is deeper onto the end. I think Pittsburgh a season ago. Pittsburgh go in the league with Alex Smith over 28. And the last you have Cole here. They both look good in the preseason. The Steelers shit for they weren't missing a beat. They weren't missing a tackle. Nick Herbig, the sack artist at Wisconsin, younger brother of Nate Herbig, won the backup right outside linebacker job after being a 4th-round pick. And Marcus Golden is the backup to T.J. Watt. Marcus Golden is an effective pass rusher. And now he's T.J. Watt's backup. So the 49ers and Matt Pryor is their number 1 and number 2 right tackles. The Steelers have T.J. Watt and Golden going up against those. I would take Golden over McKinnon. That is how dire I think the Niners are at right tackle. Alexander and he did back Pittsburgh is still healthy enough to it's a really good Steelers. Wallace were pushing each other for the number 1 job before Peterson won it. Levi Wallace is your number 2 corner. And then the 3 corners, Chandon Sullivan, Desmond King, and Joey Porter Jr. are all pushing each other for the nickel job. So I don't think cornerback's going to be a problem. I won't be surprised if Butler rotates all these guys at nickel, Joey, because Desmond King got cut by the Texans. I think Desmond King was the Texans' clear-cut 3rd best corner. They fucked up massively by cutting Desmond King. And now King is competing with Sullivan and Joey Porter Jr. for a nickel corner job where the loser plays dime corner and the worst of those corners plays quarter. Only in quarters packages, giving Pittsburgh a lot of depth at corner.
I don't think anybody is ever going to question the Steelers' defense. I think they're just going to question the skill players on. I think they're just going to question the skill players.
I have Kazee. Basically, Kazee is replacing Terrell Edmonds with Minka Fitzpatrick, and Keanu Neal and Miles Killebrew are the backup safeties. Pittsburgh is good safety depth. You have Boswell, Presley Harvin, the Ray Guy Award winner in 2020, as well as the Steelers' 7th-round pick. Calvin Austin, he's going to be a kick returner and punt returner with Olazewski, who is a great return specialist on the Patriots and Steelers return specialist in 2022 as the backup. Niners are 2.5-point favorites. I like the Steelers in the upset. I am going Pittsburgh 20, San Francisco 14, and I have the Steelers pulling off the win in overtime. So, yes. You picked the Niners, so go ahead and rebuttal.
The thing I'm looking at is Kenny Pickett. I was high on Kenny Pickett after seeing him in his first preseason game against the Jags last year. I thought he made a lot of mistakes, but I really liked his escapability and some of the fundamental things he did. He didn't disappoint with the fundamentals. Now, with some of the other stuff, he did disappoint. I expect him to be better this year. I expect him to have. I have the expectations of him the way I do anybody else in the Steelers organization, which is you did decent, nothing special. You were there in your first year. Year 2, you better get better. And I expect him a lot better.
And I think the fact that the Steelers are so dominant in the preseason, the fact that Pickett's rocking a pitch out, I think that's the biggest reason I'm taking the Steelers in the upset.
And the other, so it's Steelers and 49ers, correct?
Yes. To be fair, most of our staff does have the 49ers winning, but the Steelers linebackers, both the starters and backups on defense, look fantastic in the preseason. They look more disciplined. Maybe the upside's not there, but they're more disciplined than the guys Butler previously had, which may work in Pittsburgh's favor. It's hard to say.
And here's the thing. The Steelers aren't better than the 49ers. Even if Brock Purdy's on a pitch count, they're just not better than the 49ers. And I take the 49ers because they're just a better team.
What's interesting is CJ Cuevas, who picked for the Niners in our group mock, did pick the Steelers to win this game. He picked Pittsburgh to win over his Niners. He thinks this is a trap game, and I'm in agreement with him.
I don't think it's a trap. It would be a coming out for Kenny Pickett. And if that happens, all power to him. I'd be happy for the kid.
The Niners are the safer pick. The fact is, only Jesse Lucas and Tanya picked the Steelers. Everybody else on our staff has the Niners winning.
And there's nothing wrong with that because it would be a surprise pick. And I wouldn't be upset because I know that the Steelers are probably going to finish like 9-8. I know they're going to be competitive. I know they're going to be strong. I just think that the 49ers are going to be one of the only 4 good teams in the NFC. I only think there are like 3 or 4 good teams. So, yeah, I think they're going to be the top team out of the group. Yeah. And I just think they're just a better team.
Yeah. And the next game is the Cardinals and the Commanders. This is the last early game. I got to ask you a question. Do you have that fire in your gut? Well, you better start growing it. Yeah, I'm quoting Jonathan Gannon. That speech was brutally bad. That speech, it lacked energy. You know, excuse me. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you better. Did you drive to Arizona? Did you take the bus? Do you have that fire in your gut? I'm not going to play the clip. We have too much to cover. I'm just curious if you've seen it, Joey. It's Jonathan Gannon, and he's giving everybody in the Cardinals a speech. You have that fire in your gut, and it's just so bad. It's low energy. It just kind of comes across as desperate, and it's just so bad. It's laughably bad. It's like Bill Lumberg in an NFL locker room. But yeah, James Conner's the starting running back. Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson are the bright spots in this defense. Catrell Clark, a 6th-round pick out of Louisville, is starting at corner as the number 2 boundary corner next to Marco Wilson, who was a 4th-round pick. So the Cardinals have 2 day 3 picks starting at corner. That's how dire their cornerback situation is. And their front 7 is awful. Zaven Collins is the one bright spot at linebacker. But not only are the Commanders a lock on Draft Utopia, they are my survivor pick for week 1.
Chris, I have to apologize because I was trying to interrupt you to ask you a question about the speech, and then I realized my thumb hit mute, and I was sitting here talking to myself. So I do apologize to you for that, because I wanted to ask you, was he talking about the napalm in Call of Duty?
I don't know if that's what Jonathan Gannon was referencing, but if he was, he might need to be investigated for playing Call of Duty with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, because, I mean, we have to reference Kyler Murray and Call of Duty on here when you said, do you have that fire in your belly? Are you eating napalm?
Do you have that fire in your gut? That's basically what Jonathan Gannon said. Do you have that fire in your gut? Do you? Well, if you don't, you better grow it and grow it fast, because I want fucking killers. That's basically what Jonathan Gannon said. And he basically asked some of these grown men if they took the bus to the team facility.
I thought he was asking Kyler Murray.
He asked them if they took the bus instead of driving the stadium.
I thought that you took a bus in Call of Duty to get your
I love how you're taking Jonathan Gannon's awful speech and you're turning it into a segue for a Call of Duty joke. It's so well orchestrated. It's like something out of a J.J. Abrams or who is the James Cameron movie. What? Brilliant. I love it. I don't trust the Commanders' offensive line, but Leno Jr., Shadeep Charles, Nick Gates, Sam Cosmi at right guard, and Wiley at right tackle. But this offensive line will do against the Cardinals, because the Cardinals really have no identity on the defensive line. I think McLaurin and Dotson are just going to absolutely school the corners the Cardinals have, but I'm just not sure how many points Sam Howell can put up. I have the Commanders winning 28-10. The over-under is 39. Most of the public's betting on the over, so I will go with the under and say the Commanders win 28-10.
Yeah, and here's the thing. We knew Josh Dobbs can be confident, but right now the Cardinals as a team cannot be confident. And one of the things I've been hearing is that the Washington running back Robinson is potentially looking at a potential breakout season. And that's why he was built highly upon.
The Commanders have Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson. I wouldn't be shocked if both of them got 100 rushing yards in this game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. There, it's like if you have Robinson that's poised for a breakout season, you've got. I was about to get to him. It's like you got Gibson,
and you also have Dotson and McLaurin going up against number day 3 corners, not day 2 corners, not first round corners, 4th and 6th round corners. You have McLaurin and Dotson going down corners. So if Sam Howell balls out and gets 300 yards, it's entirely possible that both McLaurin and Dotson get over 100 yards and the Commanders score 40 points. I just don't like the odds of that happening, and I think that the enemy's going to call a conservative game plan to get Howell adjusted to the.
Here's the thing that saddens me. It's like, I love Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs' weaknesses, I know his strengths. I know he works extremely hard at his craft.
I like Marquise Brown as a number 2 receiver next to Hopkins, but I hate him as a number 1 receiver. He's not a number 1.
Yeah.
And I think
it's
whoever is covering him, whether it's Kendall Fuller or success against him.
Yeah, and the fact that he was able to elevate the play of the Titans a little bit in his 2 starts, that he was able to do some things they did. To see him rubbing shoulders with some of those guys in the Cardinals, it's just like, dude, he has potential. I don't see him as a world beater, but he has potential.
I don't think he has potential. If he had potential, he'd still be on the Steelers instead of Mason Rudolph. He has less potential than Mason Rudolph.
I don't know what anybody sees in Mason Rudolph, honestly, outside of a freaking cannon arm.
Because I guess more people were enamored with Mason Rudolph's college tape than they were with Dobbs. That's
so. Wait. So the Steelers are keeping him on their team because of his college tape? He is a third-string quarterback for them.
And they cut LaRaven Clark. The Steelers cut LaRaven Clark and kept the third-string right tackle over him, and they kept Mason Rudolph over LaRaven Clark. So LaRaven Clark's a UFA. He's out there.
Does Mason Rudolph have incriminating evidence against Steelers ownership?
I'm actually wondering if he has. I don't want to say some dirt on the Rooneys. I wonder if Mason Rudolph has some incriminating evidence against the Rooneys that could get them.
I don't think anybody's watched film of Dobbs and Rudolph, but Dobbs is far better in far more aspects.
Well, Mason Rudolph beat out Dobbs for the third-string job when he first got to Pittsburgh.
And that,
he's the backup.
Once again, makes me. I love the Steelers front office. I love their coaching staff. But there are times I wonder what drugs they take in the preseason. Because some of their preseason decisions, they get into the season there.
Well, Mason Rudolph beat out Dobbs for the backup quarterback job as a rookie, and he maintained that position before the Steelers drafted Pickett, before.
Chris, here's a thing I want to throw out there. Josh Dobbs, starting quarterback for the Panthers. Starting quarterback for the Titans 2 years.
Josh Dobbs was not the starting quarterback on the Panthers. You're confusing him with P.J. Walker. You're confusing him.
Cardinals. No, I was confusing the teams. I'm sorry. Both teams suck. But the starting on the Cardinals, he started 2 games for the Titans. Rudolph, third string.
He was the backup at one point, and he started when Ben was injured in 2019. And
he got his ass kicked and hit in the face with a helmet for throwing out racial slurs. Okay,
yeah, apparently after that Browns game, he was accused of saying the N-word, but it was neither confirmed nor denied by the Steelers organization or Rudolph himself.
Which has given the most questions out of anything in national history. Like, you have microphones everywhere. Yet, the one thing you do not catch is one thing that'll make one of your really storied organizations look really bad. It's like
if anything, apparently the NFL, because the Steelers are considered the NFL's child, anything that is a black eye to the Steelers, it gets swept under the rug.
Pretty much. And it's like, so, it's like you get one opportunity and you get hit in the face with a helmet because you threw out racial slurs. and kick the dude in the junk. It's like and I mean, what the hell do you have on this organization?
I mean, he got cut from the team last year, but they kept him on the practice squad, and nobody else picked him up. And then the Steelers said, okay, he improved enough to rejoin the roster. I don't see.
Did they practice punching him in the face? I mean, he has the most punchable face in the NFL. I mean, that's the only thing he deserves. Josh Dobbs is...
I had an 83 on Dobbs coming out of Tennessee. I had an 85 on Rudolph coming out of Oklahoma State. I thought Rudolph's ceiling was a little bit higher. Apparently, the Steelers agree with me based on what he did in the preseason, based on the college tape. You just want to classify it as a colossal fuck-up because you love what Dobbs did with the Browns and Titans. That's really the truth. That is the truth. I don't like Dobbs. I don't like Rudolph either after what I saw from him as a starter. But the fact that the Steelers still have him on the roster says something.
It definitely are trying to protect something. That's what it tells me. Because there are no career third stringers. There are career backups. There are no career third stringers. If you're a career third stringer, you're out of the league. Right now, Rudolph is a career third stringer.
After the Bears cut P.J. Walker, they brought back Nate Peterman. They cut him, then they brought him back to the roster. I would argue that's worse than bringing Mason Rudolph back to the roster. In Mason's defense, bringing Peterman back to the roster after cutting P.J. Walker is worse than bringing back Mason Rudolph. In Mason's defense. You have to give me that much, Joey. You have to give me
some hard drugs, and then after I take some hard drugs, I will reevaluate the two quarterbacks because I'm going to need them to deal with the tape.
Okay, everybody at Draft Utopia is the Commanders. We're moving on to the Packers-Bears. It's the first 4 p.m. game. I do like this offensive line. Bakhtiari, Jenkins, Myers, Runyon, and Zach Tom. You also have Rasheed Walker now as the backup. He was a third stringer last year. Did well enough in training camp to get promoted to backup. Sean Ryan, the backup left guard. You have Royce Newman as backup right guard. You have Josh Nijman as the backup right tackle. There is no backup center to Josh Myers. And Sue Stolberg, one of Jason's friends, told me that Myers almost got cut from the Packers. So they don't have a backup center to him if he gets injured. And he almost got cut in training camp, according to Sue, Jason's friend. So
I mean, did they not learn anything from the Nick Harris debacle last year with Cleveland? First preseason game, Harris's ACL. They have to go out on the free agent market to grab somebody. Did they not learn anything from this debacle? This mess that I literally watched happen in front of my eyes, and started like, oh my God, what the fuck? Did they not learn anything?
Watson's out. Dobbs is questionable. Jaden Reed barely beat out Samari Torre for the slot job. Reed will be the number 2. Torre will be the slot. And then Dontavian Wicks did well in 2021, struggled in 2022, fell to the 5th round. He is the number 5 and last receiver on this depth chart. You have Musgrave at tight end. I do like Musgrave. Kraft is the backup. He ended up, at one point, Kraft was trailing Tyler Davis for the backup tight end job, but he ended up winning that job in training camp, and Davis got cut. Aaron Jones and Dillon are the top 2 fullbacks. I don't like the third-string running back on Green Bay, but Josiah DeGuara is a decent fullback, and he can also be used as a third-string tight end. And
I really like Musgrave myself. Is Jones still at running back?
Yes, Aaron Jones is still at running back. And here's the thing, Joey. I drafted George Kittle in the 4th round of my fantasy league. I got Musgrave as the backup because he plays the Rams in Week 9 on Kittle's bye. So if Musgrave becomes the next Gronkowski or the next Kels, I get to keep him on my fantasy team for 10 full years with the new keeper rules in Jason's league, which is criminally unfair if he becomes that good. That is criminally unfair.
It doesn't matter if it's unfair as long as you take advantage of it. The thing is, though, that gives the Packers a little bit of hope offensively. Not much hope offensively, Put a little bit of hope.
I think Musgrave is basically going to have to come in and ball out like Gronkowski did as a rookie for the Packers to have any prayer of winning this game. I think that is really the only play at this point.
I was going to say, but if Musgrave comes up with 100 yards and 3 touchdowns, now the Packers got a lot going for them. And I think Musgrave has the raw talent to do it. I don't think Musgrave is ready to do it. I think he had a lot to learn. But as far as raw talent goes, if he goes off, he has the ability to go off. So that is something to watch. And with Aaron Jones in the backfield, Green Bay is going to have a rushing attack because they've got a good running back.
I think the most interesting changes the Packers made were on defense. Kenny Clark's been the nose tackle for Green Bay since, I think, 2016. They're moving him from nose tackle to 34 right end, where Aaron Donald plays, because he had a career-high 7.5 sacks, and he had like 13 quarterback hurries. They're like, you know what? We can make Kenny Clark a nose tackle, 2-2-3 down nose tackle. We can turn him into Aaron Donald. He can do everything Aaron Donald does. That's essentially the Packers' thought process with Kenny Clark. I don't agree with it, frankly. Devontae Wyatt's going to play 34 left end, and Terdaryl Slayton, now named TJ Slayton, a 2021 fifth-round pick out of Florida, is now the starting nose tackle after backing up Clark for 2 years. Either the Packers must have been wowed by Slayton and his development in the offseason, because Hourled said back in May that Clark was moving to 5 technique and Slayton would start at nose tackle. I was like, what? Because honestly, I would keep Clark at nose tackle and either start Colby Wooden, the player on Auburn that you took in the group mock, or Carl Brooks, the Bowling Green defensive tackle, at a 10.5 sacks. I think one of those guys at 5 technique, Wyatt, maybe those two rotate next to Wyatt, and Clark at nose tackle with Slayton as the backup is the more effective strategy. But that's not what the Packers are choosing to do. They're choosing to move Clark to 5 technique. He was a defensive tackle / nose tackle his entire college career at UCLA, entire career at high school, but now he's playing 5 technique because of his pass rushing. I get it, I guess. I just don't agree with the move, because if the Packers think Kenny Clark can beat Aaron Donald, fine, but I don't think he's Aaron Donald. I think he's a very good pass rusher. He might be the best pass rushing nose tackle to Via, but he's not Aaron Donald. Come on, Green Bay. You are smarter than this. If Elliott Wolf was still there, you would not be making decisions like this. Elliott Wolf's in New England now after being the son of Ron Wolf. But the point is, that is a very questionable decision. And if something happens to Slayton, Clark moves back to nose tackle, and one of those rookies you drafted would end up starting, in my scenario, would become a reality. So I do like the Packers' depth at 5 technique. I'm just not sure if Clark can transition from nose tackle to 34 right end. You were a little bit skeptical on Clark coming out of UCLA. I loved his UCLA tape. There's a reason he's been with the Packers for so long. Preston Smith, Rashawn Gary are the starting edges. Campbell and Quay Walker are the middle linebackers. Van Ness is going to start out as a situational pass rusher, but if Gary is a second season-ending injury, or if Preston Smith underperforms again, I have to believe he will be starting in 2024. But this year he will, because here's the thing. Green Bay can release Preston Smith post-June 1st and save $12.4 million. And if Gary gets injured again in 2023, they can replace him with Gary. So either way, Van Ness starts out as a situational pass rusher this year. He's not starting. He's a situational pass rusher off the bench, and he will start next season, which sort of disappoints you because you were hoping he would get a chance to start right out of the gate, and he's going to have to wait. I mean, I know you were...
That does disappoint me a little bit, but let's face it, at this point, I'm of the belief that if you're great, that greatness will shine through at some point.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just me at this point in time when I am really irritated, thinking about myself. But at the end of the day, if they're great, Go shine through.
Yep. You have Jair Alexander as your number one corner. Eric Stokes is still on the NFL injured list after tearing his ACL against the Lions. He's going to be out the first 4 games, which means Rasul Douglas. I like Douglas as a nickel corner to start the year, and I liked him as a number 2 corner when Jair Alexander was injured in 2021. But, like, I just don't know if Douglas is a good number 2 corner. He's going to be facing a number 1 receiver in Darnell Mooney. Jair's going to be facing more. I think Jair can shut down more, but I think Moody's going to win that match against Douglas. And whoever the Bears have at slot receiver is going to be facing Keyshawn Nixon, who's a backup corner. So I think there's some matchups that Luke Getsy can exploit. Ultimately, I think that'll be the difference. Rudy Ford and Adrian Amos are back at safe. Rudy Ford's replacing Amos, and Savage is back at free safety, Darnell Savage. Pat O'Donnell's the punter. And you have Anders Carlson, the younger brother of Daniel Carlson, replacing Mason Crosby. And Keyshawn Nixon, the nickel corner, is going to be the return specialist until Eric Stokes returns from his injury. So Green Bay's got issues at return specialist, and there is a possibility Carlson's worse than Crosby. There's also a chance he ends up – I think Anders Carlson's going to be the Cade York from this draft because he wasn't in my top 5 kickers, but I will give him a chance because he's the brother of Anders Carlson. Okay, the Bears – Fields is the quarterback. Cody Whitehair was going to move to center. Tevin Jenkins was going to move to left guard, but Tevin Jenkins is going on IR. Whitehair remains at left guard. Nate Davis is the right guard. Lucas Patrick is now the center again. So Lucas Patrick's the starting center, and you have Darnell Wright. Nobody else on the offensive line is injured. Chicago ended up cutting Leatherwood, and they moved Jenkins to IR, and now the plan to put Whitehair at center has been pushed back to week 5. Also, Doug Kramer, the backup center to Lucas Patrick, is also on injured reserve. So the Bears have a minimum of 2 injuries on the offensive line, and they cut Leatherwood, their backup left tackle, who's on the Browns practice squad, I might add. Didn't need to mention that because he's not on the 53-man roster. The Bears have Moore, and Mooney's the number 2 now. And you have, right now, Claypool's the slot receiver, but you also have Equanimous St. Brown for depth. You have Velus Jones Jr., your 2022 third-round pick, as the number 5 receiver. And you have Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, 2023 fourth-round pick from Cincinnati, as the number 6 receiver. But both of those guys were pushing Equanimous St. Brown for the number 4 receiver job. Not only the Bears have good starters at receiver, they also have good depth players at the position. You also, as long as Moore and Mooney stay healthy, I think the Bears will be okay if something happens to Claypool with the depth they have. Also, the Bears added Trent Taylor as a number 7 receiver after the Bengals cut him. But Trent Taylor's mainly going to be a return specialist on special teams. Cole Metz, starting tight end. Tanyan Jr., Packers tight end, last year's the backup. And Mercedes Lewis, the Packers backup, is now the Bears' 3rd-string tight end. Herbert, Donta Foreman, and Roshan Johnson out of Texas are the top 3 running backs. Travis Homer also made this roster 4th-string running back. I love Chicago's depth at running back, receiver, and tight end. But this team is fucked if anything happens to Justin Fields at quarterback. Unless Tyson Bagent comes in as a new DFA and wows people like Brock Purdy did, which I don't think he will. But he's better than Nate Peterman. He's better than Nate Peterman. I'll give him that. He can't be worse than Peterman.
Okay, we'll give it that. Anybody is better than Nate Peterman except for that fucking Lions quarterback that threw for 19 yards and 5 interceptions against the Browns or whatever. That was just an abomination of the position.
Yeah.
Outside of that, Peterman, anybody's better than Peterman outside of that. But I will say this. I called it last year, and I think you were on board with me, that Cole Met was the next breakout star tight end.
Well, here's the thing. When I interviewed Jalen Elliott, the Notre Dame safety at the Senior Bowl, I forgot to ask him about Claypool because I didn't know who Claypool was at the time. I asked him about Cole Met because I knew who Met was, and he said Cole was a special player. That should have been a green light to draft Cole Met in the 1st round because I had a 1st-round grade on Met after hearing Notre Dame safety call him a special player. And he didn't break out right away, but by the time we got to year 3, he broke out. He needed that 3rd year, but he broke out once we got to year 3, and then he got extended. He's the one player on this Bears 2020 draft class that's gotten extended. It's gotten the bag. And I think with all the depth the Bears have at running back, tight end, wide receiver, Luke Getsy is just going to – this is going to be a coming out party for offensive coordinator Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy was the Bears' offensive coordinator last year in his first year after being a passing game coordinator for 2 seasons and a quarterbacks coach in Green Bay for 7 seasons. This last year was Getsy's first year as offensive coordinator. It was an adjustment period. But this year, he has far more depth on the offensive side of the ball at receiver, tight end, and running back. I think this is going to be a coming out party for Getsy in week 1.
It's like you and I went up and down, and I told you, Justin Fields has not impressed the way he should. He has not developed the way he should. He has not had the offensive line.
To be fair, he did not have this much depth in his first 2 seasons. Honestly, I think the Bears have more depth on offense than the Eagles, as crazy as it sounds. At receiver, tight end, and running back, their offensive line depth is still cheeks, but their depth at running back, receiver, and tight end, I think, is deeper than the Eagles.
It doesn't sound crazy because
not as much star power as the Eagles. Not as much star power as the Eagles, but more depth.
No, absolutely not. But after the draft, we were talking. It's like the Bears look a whole lot better now at quarterback.
I had the Packers in the playoffs as a wild card versus the Lions in the preseason, but Brian Bayless has the Bears playing the Lions. Even though I picked Green Bay, I'm kind of hoping Brian's scenario comes true because a Bears-Lions wild card game would be entertaining as hell. Both of those fan bases have suffered long enough, and one of those fan bases deserves to have a feel-good moment.
I would enjoy that game, so I am not.
And we're both in agreement. Both of those fan bases have suffered enough. It's time for one of those fan bases to have that euphoric moment of optimism.
Yes, and it's like I haven't done a prediction thing since before the draft, or maybe it was right after the draft. I don't know. But the Bears, they have impressed me with what they've done with their draft.
They've got Yannick and DeMarcus Walker as the starting defensive ends. They've got Justin Jones, who started all 17 games at Chicago as the starting defensive tackle. Andrew Billings, who started 14 games with the Raiders, is the other starter at defensive tackle. Dominique Robinson out of Miami, Ohio, is the backup to Yannick at 43 right end. Rasheem Green is the backup to Walker at 43 left end because Chicago decided to move on from Gibson. And the backups are Dexter and Pickens. Just think about how good this team's going to be when Dexter and Pickens are starting. But they're the backups right now. So Chicago has a lot more depth on the defensive line than they're getting credit for.
I do want to remind you that Billings was an all-pro with the Bengals before going to the Raiders. Billings is a damn good player.
I love Billings coming out of Baylor. But it just felt like he took a step back last year. But if he can recapture that magic he had with Baylor and the Bengals, this Bears defensive tackle situation, it might be the best defensive tackle room the Bears have had since the 80s. It's not, they're only.
I don't fault anybody for coming from the Raiders and underperforming with the Raiders because those guys, Josh McDaniels has created a shit show of a dumpster fire over there, and by the time, if John Gruden wasn't suing the NFL, I could see the Davises reaching out to John Gruden and saying, please come back.
And you look at the Bears linebackers. TJ Edwards, he was a middle linebacker with the Eagles. He's going to play weak side linebacker in Chicago. Edmonds, the Bills middle linebackers, the Bears new middle linebacker. Jack Sanborn, who showed a lot of promise taking over for Roquan Smith, is going to play Sam linebacker in a 43 defense with Edwards and Edmonds starting in a 4-2-5. But Sanborn would be the backup outside linebacker at a 4-2-5. And Noah Sewell, the Bears linebacker out of Oregon, would be the backup to Edmonds at middle linebacker. So I love the Bears starters in a 43. I love the Bears starting linebackers in depth in a 4-2-5. And I love the Bears middle linebacker depth in both a 4-2-5 and a 43 defense. I don't think I need to overdo it because we're going to see teams run a variety of 43 base, 34 base, and 4-2-5 or 3-3-5 with the nickel now. That's just how the NFL works. And Wanstead called it. Dave Wanstead told Coward back in May that Stevenson would take the number 2 corner job from Kyler Gordon, which he did. And, this situation forced the Bears to cut last year's nickel corner. The Bears had Kittle Vildor as their nickel last year. I thought Vildor could have been on the roster, but Terrell Smith, the 5th-round pick out of Minnesota, did so well in training camp, he took the number 4 cornerback job from Vildor, who was the nickel last year. You could have kept Vildor as your number 5. I like him more than Jalen Jones at Ole Miss, but you're not going to Vildor's only got 1 year on that rookie deal left, and you have 4 corners better than him, so it's completely understandable why the Bears cut Vildor to save cap space.
Well, I do want to give a shout out to Dave Wannstedt because he's always been one of my favorite coaches, whether he was in the professionals or the.
But that's how I got the intel from Stevenson. I listened to a podcast on YouTube with Wannstedt and Colin Cowherd. It was an episode of The Volume, I think, and that's how I got the intel.
And Wannstedt, he is incredibly knowledgeable, and I will always hold him in high regard. And the fact that it worked out the way Wannstedt advised. And I think it's worked out overall for the team.
No, because Wannstedt was at the Bears mini camps before training camp, and that's what he saw. He reported what he saw to Cowherd, and he ended up being correct.
Yeah, and that is, he's a man that.
Recording paused.
40 years.
Okay, we're paused on TalkShoe, but since I'll unpause on TalkShoe. I think we're still live on Restream. I'm double checking. We are. Okay, so you may have to start it again at your convenience. So I'm just looking for the button on TalkShoe. I'll try to reload, and if it doesn't work, we'll just do the rest of this on Restream. But with the Bears have
And so it's the brilliance of Wannstedt, the stardom of Holmet, and the fact of the matter is, Holmet may end up being the one player. It's like, who said, when Mahomes had developed the way he did without Kels, would Brady has developed the way he did without Gronkowski?
Probably not. I like the Bears' special teams, though. Santos is the kicker. Trenton Gill, 7th-round pick at NC State. Didn't really like him, but he won the starting punter job as a rookie. Santos is a good kicker. I was not a fan of Gill coming out of NC State, but he won the starting punter job, regardless of how I felt. You know who's going to be kick returning for the Bears? Tyler Scott, who everybody raved about his speed. I love him in that role. He might be Chicago's best kick returner since Devin Hester. I'm not comparing him to Hester. I'm saying he might be the best kick returner the Bears have had since Hester. And Trent Taylor will be the punt returner. So Tyler Scott won't have all these special teams responsibilities dumped on him right out the gate. But if he has the same impact Hester did, he probably will have those responsibilities dumped on him later in the season. Because he is the backup punt returner for Taylor.
I want to cover this real quick. It's not going to take long, but for several years, I've been looking at the kicking situation in the AFC North. And then I went across and I started doing the surrounding areas, not only Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, that entire region where the weather is just really bad. And I have learned something of it takes a special kicker to kick in some of these areas. And Chicago is one of them. There are no domes. They're all out in the weather, and the weather sucks. And nothing is ever right. And the wind is whipping. And who knows what's happening. And it takes a special kicker not only to be able to kick in those elements. You don't have to be a Phil Dawson or a Justin Tucker to do it. It takes a special kicker to succeed in there. And I think Chicago's got one. Because you can have all the skill in the world.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to kick in that area and in that environment. I think Chicago's got one of those guys.
Yep.
May not necessarily be as skilled as some of the other guys, but he knows how to work with the situation and in the elements, and he can adjust, and I really like him.
Yep.
So I do want to do a shout out to him because
Fair enough. The Bears are only a 1-point favorite on the spread. Over-under's 44.5. I'm taking Chicago to win and the under defensive game, 27-17. If Tevin Jenkins was fully healthy, I would have the Bears scoring 34 on the Packers because of their depth at tight end, receiver, and running back. Honestly, if the Bears' offensive line was fully healthy, I'd have them scoring over 30 points on the Packers. But I have them scoring 27 because the offensive line's not fully healthy, even though I love the depth this team has at tight end, receiver, and running back.
Yeah. And I actually have this being a breakout for I actually think this could be a breakout for their quarterback.
I think it's a breakout for Getsy as offensive coordinator and Fields as quarterback.
So, yes, we had to put in Getz in there. Fields and Met. I think those two.
They got rid of Adrian Amos. I don't trust Rudy Ford. I don't trust Darnell Savage either. I think the Packers, and they don't have tight end depth if either one of those guys gets injured. So,
Savage isn't.
Well, they kept him on a cheap team-friendly deal because they didn't want to draft any of the safeties. So,
Okay, team-friendly deal.
And the only people that picked the Packers were Kerm, Lisa, and Oren. You had Green Bay before the Watson injury, but you flipped back to Chicago.
Yeah, because
I think the Watson injury is much bigger. Don't get me wrong. Tevin Jenkins is a loss because it means your offensive line, you finally have a weakness in the offensive line again. But it's still peanuts compared to the Watson injury. And Romeo Doubs might be out too. So
Yeah, and I think the world of Watson.
I like Dobbs coming out of Nevada, but he had that window of opportunity to be the number one when Watson and Lazard were injured, and he didn't seize it. Whereas with Watson, he seized that opportunity when Dobbs was injured.
Yeah, I called Watson breaking out early in his rookie year, and
it happened a little bit later than we expected.
Yeah, that was one of the few times I went out on a limb on a young guy, and it turned out being correct. I don't go out on a limb that often with some of these guys that are just undrafted, going in there, rocking shit out. I don't go out on a limb too often and say, this guy's going to break out early, for a player like that. I did it with him. I was right. I'm happy I was right. I'm still high on him. I think he can be a number one receiver in this league for many years to come, and I think this is a huge blow. This may be the worst blow Green Bay could have had. Because he is a guy I thought could have been a 12 to 1,500-yard receiver this year. So this is probably...
And I currently I had Green Bay beating Atlanta in week 2, but I flipped my prediction to Atlanta because if Watson's out in week 2, and even if Watson comes back, he may not be 100% in that first game back from his injury. So, health reasons, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the score stream scores on the site loaded. Ohio State's beating Youngstown State 28-7. Colorado leads 13-0. I mean, the offense hasn't dominated like last week against TCU, but Nebraska's offense has done jack shit. The Wildcats are beating Troy 21-10. And the Portland Pilots and West Virginia Mountaineers are tied 0-0 in college soccer.
Is Colorado going to be number 1?
I don't know, but Colorado's 22 in the top 25. But Portland is number 3 in men's soccer. They're tied with West Virginia at halftime in Morgantown. The Mountaineers could pull the upset. I don't know why men's college soccer and women's volleyball are showing up for the Big 12 on ScoreStream, but it is what it is. I'm just reading off the scores. Okay, Raiders and Broncos. I just do not trust anything the Raiders are doing right now. Mark Davis, Dave Ziegler, and McDaniels all decided to bench Derek Carr before releasing him. Now Jimmy Garoppolo, who's had 2 season-ending injuries, is your starting quarterback. Both of the teams Carr had strong offensive lines, but the Raiders have one of the worst offensive lines. Left tackle Colton Miller's the only bright spot. Dylan Parham, I liked him as a run blocker last year, but he gave up the second most quarterback hurries in the league as a rookie left guard. He's got to improve as a pass blocker in year 2. Andre James gave up 24 quarterback hurries at center last year, despite retaining the center job after going undrafted. Alec Bars gave up the 10th most quarterback hurries at right guard, but he got replaced by Bills backup Greg Van Roten, who played 354 snaps as a backup center for Mitch Morse, giving up 0 sacks. I'm happy for Greg Van Roten. He actually came into a situation where he wasn't expected to do shit, and he earned the right guard job because he played well enough as Morse's backup center to earn an opportunity to start, and he came into a Raiders situation, a very shitty Raiders situation, and beat out Alec Bars for the right guard job. So I am happy for Greg Van Roten. Do I expect him to make an impact with the Raiders? Absolutely not. But I am genuinely happy for him because for him to go from being the backup center of the Bills to actually coming in and beating out the right guard for a starting job after playing well with the Bills as a backup, you're happy to see a guy like that succeed or get an opportunity to start. If you're any NFL fan, I mean, Illuminor wasn't bad at right tackle in his second season with the Raiders as he finished in the top 32 among offensive tackles in Pro Football Focus after failing at right tackle with 3 different teams, but I'm not entirely sold on him as a bookend. Thayer Munford impressed me with limited snaps at right tackle, but the Raiders, they opted to remain patient with the current core of offensive linemen rather than reload with new blockers in the draft. Vegas has weapons to make up for a lackluster offensive line. Top 5 receiver in Adams. You have Jacoby Myers as your number 2 receiver. Hunter Renfro's the slot. Trey Tucker, the Raiders' 3rd-round pick out of Cincinnati that I criticized. He did well enough to beat out Philip Dorsett, who was a McDaniels player, a player that McDaniels opted to sign for the number 4 receiver job. DeAndre Carter won the number 5 receiver job with the Raiders, and Philip Dorsett got cut from the team after McDaniels gambled on him. Austin Hooper is the Raiders' starting tight end. Hooper lost the starting tight end job to Njoku in 2021 and Okonkwo in 2022. He will be the first tight end in NFL history to lose a starting tight end job with 3 different teams in 3 consecutive NFL seasons if Michael Mayer supplants him later in the regular season, which I believe he will, considering how much of a liability Hooper has been the last 2 years.
The thing with Austin Hooper is Austin Hooper has great hands to run really good routes. Unfortunately for Austin Hooper catches the ball. Austin Hooper drops to the ground. Austin Hooper catches the ball.
Look, Austin Hooper might have a little bit more explosion than Michael Mayer, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a liability on this offense. And if you put Mayer in,
Chris, I would agree with you, except for the fact because he showed that explosion in Atlanta. But since going to Cleveland and then the Raiders,
the Titans. He was on the Titans last year as a starting tight end, and he lost the job to Okonkwo, who was a 4th-round rookie. Okonkwo was a 4th-round rookie out of Maryland, and he lost the job to the 4th-round rookie.
He did so much of nothing, I forgot he was there. I'm sorry. I watched the game. I was at the stadium of the game when he was supposed to be there, and he wasn't there because he did nothing. Okay? He did nothing. He catches the ball. It doesn't matter whether he's 1 foot from the line, on the line, or 6 yards out. He catches the ball, and he drops to the ground. And he gets up.
I do think Mayer will supplant Hooper as the number 1 tight end by the end of the season. I know Mayer's been relatively quiet in training camp.
I don't think it's going to take that long. I really don't think it's going to take that long. Because when a guy who shows so much promise in his early years...
Because Mayer was the number 1 tight end in our rankings, my rankings and yours, after the news about the Dalton Kincaid injury. But then Kincaid got medically cleared before the draft, so...
Yes. I mean, Mayer is a guy who can be a perennial Pro Bowler in this league. Hooper is one of those guys whose time has passed. He had his prime in his first few years with Atlanta when he actually knew how to run. and not just fall to the ground.
And you have Josh Jacobs, you have Zamir White as your backup running back, and Amir Abdullah is the third stringer, and you have Bolden as the fourth stringers. I don't like the Raiders' depth in the offensive line. The supporting cast of playmakers isn't bad. I like the Raiders' depth at tight end, receiver, and running back, but I think receiver and running back are the two deepest positions. If Garoppolo goes down, Brian Hoyer would be the backup with Aiden O'Connell as a third stringer. Here's the kicker. The Raiders wanted to draft Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Their scouts were pounding the table for DTR, the Las Vegas native from Bishop Gorman. Ziegler and McDaniels said no, and took Aiden O'Connell and dismissed their scouts because the Raiders scouts said at the combine that Ziegler and McDaniels have final say in what matters and that their opinions don't matter. Well, guess what? The scouts were right. Dorian's a backup, and O'Connell's a third stringer. Way to go, Ziegler and McDaniels. Bravo! Anything else I need to add before my sarcastic roast of those two is done? Or did I pretty much cover all bases? The Raiders drafted a third-string quarterback over a backup. Aiden O'Connell is a third stringer. DTR is a backup. The scouts wanted the backup. You ignored them and took the third stringer. The scouts wanted DTR. You took Aiden O'Connell, and he couldn't even beat out Hoyer for the backup gig.
Yeah, because I was watching Good Morning Football and a couple other things, and everybody says the same thing. DTR shows so many traits of a star quarterback, but he's raw enough where he is going to be a backup. He doesn't understand the mental side of the game enough where he's going to be a backup. But they say he shows enough of the physical traits of a superstar quarterback.
He has the arm and the accuracy, and he played at the same high school. Bishop Gorman, Tillman went to Bishop Gorman with DTR, which I did not know, by the way, until after the draft. But Aiden O'Connell, this is just a prime example of fucking up. The Flyers did this in the 2017 draft, too. The Flyers wanted Cale McCarr, who won the Conn Smythe with Colorado with the number 2 pick. That is the guy the scouts wanted. The Flyers GM said, no, we're taking Nolan Patrick because he's the consensus number 1 pick in NHL mock drafts. And he dismissed his scouts' data. Nolan Patrick became an injury-prone bust. Cale McCarr won the Conn Smythe Trophy and kept the Lightning from three-peating. So your scouts were so right on that pick, and you, the GM of the Flyers, was so wrong that it's laughably absurd. And I just think of the 2017 Philadelphia Flyers draft when I think of the Raiders' decision to pick Aiden O'Connell, a third stringer over DTR, a backup. The Raiders scouts wanted DTR, but Ziegler and McDaniels were like, nah, DTR's too raw. Aiden's a safer pick. Aiden may have been a safer pick, but he's not. He doesn't have the ceiling DTR has, and I think that shows. There's a reason why DTR is the backup on the Browns, and Aiden O'Connell's third string to Garoppolo and Hoyer. There's a reason. And DTR outplayed Aiden O'Connell at the Shrine Bowl too. Both quarterbacks were starters, and DTR's team, Patriots, beat Aiden's team, the Falcons. So if you went to the Shrine game, you'd know this by watching the practices and the tape. I think a lot of scouts overlook the talent at the Shrine game because the Senior Bowl is the premier event for college all-star games. That's the reality. Okay, let's move on to the Raiders' defense here. Chandler Jones and Crosby were supposed to be the starters. Chandler Jones is not going to play. And you know who beat out Malcolm Kuntz, the Raiders' third-round pick out of Buffalo, beat out Tyree Wilson for the backup right end job. So with Chandler Jones out, it is going to be Malcolm Kuntz and Max Crosby starting, with Tyree Wilson as a situational pass rusher, with Jones being ruled inactive. Bilal Nichols started all 17 games for the Raiders. Jerry Tillery starting next to him, and the Raiders picked up Tillery after the Chargers chargered by releasing him after having 2 injuries at nose tackle. The Raiders let Denzel Perriman walk. Divine Diablo was a safety coming out of Virginia Tech, but he did well at outside linebacker. Robert Spillane feels like a downgrade over Perriman, in my honest opinion. Spillane had some moments with the Steelers, but I just don't think he brings the same upside and presence as Perriman. I like Cobbs as the number 1 corner, but he during his rookie year, but he had a bad sophomore year. Marcus Peters is the number 2 corner. And you know who won the nickel job? Jacorian Bennett. Jacorian Bennett beat out Brandon Faceyson, last year's number 2 corner, for the nickel job. And he's a 4th-round pick out of Maryland. So I liked Bennett's man coverage, I guess, or his press, but I thought he was a work in progress. He made me eat my own words, and I'll give him credit for that. So, but Jacorian Bennett's going to be facing Marvin Mims. I think Judy's a game time decision. Moehrig and Marcus Epps, the Eagles' strong safety, are the starting safeties, but there is zero depth at safety if Moehrig or Epps goes down. And Carlson's a top 10 kicker, but not a top 5 kicker. I like DeAndre Carter as a return specialist on the Chargers before a season-ending injury. He'll have a similar role with the Raiders. Russell Wilson, he'll have Bowles, Ben Powers, Lloyd Cushenberry at center. He will have Miners at right guard and McGlinchey at right tackle. I think if Bowles suffers another season-ending injury, then the Broncos will make some changes on the offensive line. But that, as long as the offensive tackles are healthy, I think Denver's going to be fine. Luke Wattenberg and Alex Forsett, the backup and 3rd-string centers, are the only depth players on this entire offensive line that I like. All the other backups outside of the backup and 3rd-string centers suck. So if Denver has any injuries on the offensive line, they are fucked. Judy and Sutton are both capable of being number 1s for Wilson. You have Marvin Mims as a slot after Tim Patrick suffered a season-ending injury. KJ Hamler got cut. Brandon Johnson, an undrafted wide receiver who was from Central Florida, who spent his rookie year on Denver's practice squad, will have to start in week 1 since Denver only has 4 receivers on the depth chart, Joey, and Mims would move to number 2. Sutton would be a number 1, and Brandon Johnson would be the slot in that scenario since Denver's only got 4 receivers. Adam Troutman, Greg Dulcich are tight end 1 and tight end 2 in Denver. Troutman was Sean Payton's former tight end. You have Javonte Williams as the starter. I do like Perrine as the backup, and if this offensive line's healthy and Javonte goes down again, I could genuinely see Perrine breaking out, Joey. Michael Burton, the Chiefs' fullback, is now Denver's fullback. So that's the Broncos' offense. I think it's an improvement over what they have last year, but there's not enough depth for this team to be competitive for a playoff spot, in my opinion. I do think it's an improvement over what you had a season ago, but I don't think there's enough depth for Denver to be a playoff team. Zach Allen, DJ Jones, and Jonathan Harris are the 34 starters. Randy Gregory and Frank Clark are the edge rushers at 34 outside linebacker. And then you have Alex Singleton and Josie Jewell as your 34 middle linebackers. Nick Bonito is the backup 34 right outside linebacker. And Baron Browning, who moved from 34 middle linebacker to 34 left outside linebacker, will be on the PUP list.
Don't forget, it's Sean Payton.
Yeah. And the backup 34 middle linebacker is Drew Sanders out of Arkansas, who I love in a backup role. Not a starter, but I love him in a backup role. So I think the Broncos have a lot more depth at edge rusher and inside linebacker compared to a season ago. But I still don't know if that's going to be enough to put this team over the top.
I'm looking at Sean Payton and saying, you now have a really good coach, one of the best of the last 25 years. How many wins does he get? Chris, how many wins does he get him?
I got the Broncos at 9 and 8. Surtain and Mathis are the top 2 corners. Kawan Williams was supposed to be the nickel, but he got placed in the PUP. Riley Moss was listed as the dime corner on this depth chart, but right now, there's no. I think Riley Moss might be listed as a backup, but I'd give him a shot at nickel because if Kawan Williams is at nickel, who's your number 4 corner? I would say it's probably Riley Moss, your 3rd-round pick out of Iowa. And you can put him in you can use him in a wild card situation. You can make him your wild card in the secondary if you're Vance Joseph. If you want to try to confuse Garoppolo, that's kind of where I see him as far as his role in this game goes. Caden Stearns and Simmons are the starters at strong safety. At free safety, Kareem Jackson still the backup strong safety. Delaren Turner-Yell is the backup free safety, and J.L. Skinner, the 6th-round pick out of Boise State that we both liked prior to a bad combine. Third-string safety, but still made the final 53-man roster. Brett Mayer replaces McManus. McManus was an upgrade over Patterson and Jacksonville, while Mayer missed 4 extra points in the Cowboys' playoff loss. Denver is favored by 4. I like the Broncos 20-14 in this one, with them winning by 6. Tanya, Oren, Jason Bannell, and Lisa all taking the Raiders. The rest of us are picking the Broncos. You want to add anything to that? I mean, I think the Broncos are going to win over the Raiders. I mean, Tua's not going to have Armstead. We talked about the offensive line for the Dolphins before the podcast, Joey. Jalen Ramsey's out, so Kader Kohu and Eli Apple are going to be complimenting Howard. I think that bodes well for a Chargers team that currently has 0 injuries. The Dolphins also replaced Noah Igbinohe, their first-round pick out of Auburn, with Kelvin Joseph in a trade that sent the Cowboys corner to Miami, and Miami's first-round pick to Dallas as a backup. Deshaun Elliott's a backup safety to Jones and Holland. I do like the edge rushers Miami has. I like their 5 techniques: Wilkins, Davis, Zach Seiler. Ogba's now a situational 5 technique and a situational edge to Chubb and Phillips. So I do think Miami's deeper defensively compared to a season ago, but I'm not sold on their running backs. Their offensive line is in shambles, and really it's going to come down to, can Hill and Waddle get separation? Because Hill struggled against the Chargers last year when J.C. Jackson was out.
And I ask you this, because last year, 51% of the passes that were thrown to Hill or Waddle were completed by Tua.
Yeah.
That's a significant number. Okay? If one of these guys get injured, can Tua actually play at the level that he did when 51% of his passes were completed to 2 guys?
Well, here's the thing. Braxton Berrios won the slot receiver job. Cedric Wilson Jr. was supposed to win the slot receiver job, but he lost it to Berrios. So Wilson and River Crocraft are basically pushing each other for the number 4 receiver job. And Eric Izukanma, a guy I like coming out of Texas Tech, he is the number 6 receiver. So I think the Dolphins have pretty good depth at receiver if anything happened to Berrios. But if anything happens to Hill or Waddle, I'm not sure any of the backups on this roster can replicate their impact if Hill or Waddle goes down, as far as star power goes. Now, are these guys all good backups, all good depth players? Yes. But can they replicate what Hill and Waddle do? Fuck no.
No, because when your quarterback relies on you.
I like depth players as much as the next guy and try to be objective with them, but even I have enough common sense to know that Waddle and Hill's production cannot be replicated by a backup.
No.
It's the sole reason why Chris Greer turned down a Jonathan Taylor trade for Jalen Waddle. He knows he's got the more valuable player on his hands.
It's not even that. It's that Tua trusts 2 players on that team. That's it. He trusts nobody else on that offense.
Because those 2 receivers, Hill and Waddle, are both number 1 targets, and they're both guys with the ability to be Pro Bowl receivers. And when you have 2 receivers with upside to be Pro Bowl receivers, it makes your quarterback look like a Pro Bowl quarterback, even if he's not. I think guy had a 91 out of 99 potential grade on Tua and a 90 out of 99 on Herbert. The reason Tua is close to reaching his ceiling is because of those 2 receivers. Not because he's that guy. If he was that guy, he would have been able to show it without Hill. He wouldn't have had 3 concussions, and the rest would be history.
Yeah, I don't think, I haven't done the math, but if you take those 51% away, I think he's probably closer to Baker Mayfield in completion percentage than he is close to 60%.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think he's probably about 54, 55% completion percentage.
Yeah.
If you take away those 2 guys. So, for me, the Dolphins are overrated. Simply because if you shut down even one of those 2 guys, you can double one of them, shut them down, and the other, it's over for the Dolphins offense.
Yep. Look at the Chargers. They have 0 injuries on defense heading into the season. Slater's at left tackle. Zion's at left guard. The Chargers cut Filer after how good Salyer did, so Salyer's taken over at right guard. Lindsley's the center, and Trey Pipkins is the right tackle. The Chargers have no depth behind Slater and Pipkins, and right now the backup that Slater and Pipkins have to stay healthy because there is 0 depth behind those two guys. If a player gets injured, there's really no depth behind those two players. If somebody gets injured, because those two tackles, if somebody gets injured, they're going to be in trouble because there's really no depth behind Slater and Pipkins at offensive tackle. And Trey Pipkins had some lapses in the preseason. I liked him. I mean, I didn't really like him coming out of college. He was one of the players that I had like a 6th or 7th round grade on, but he did well at right tackle last year when Slater was injured. I'll give him that. And to be fair to Pipkins, he was playing in the second half of the preseason against the Rams, and he was struggling against their backups. Maybe the Rams' backups at edge rusher are better than we're advertising to be. But at the same token, it's like the Chargers right now, they don't have depth at offensive tackle if anything happens to Slater, since they got rid of Matt Filer due to salary cap and moved Salyer, who did well in relief of Slater at left tackle, over to right guard. So Jordan McFadden's your backup left guard. Will Clapp's your backup center. And you really have no other depth if your starters get injured on the offensive line. Those are the only two guys. I like McFadden coming out of Clemson. I'm willing to give McFadden a chance if something happens to Salyer or Zion. But Will Clapp is a backup. He's a downgrade over Lindsley. I'm not going to say he's a massive downgrade, but he is a downgrade. But he might be serviceable as a starting center if something happens to Lindsley. You've got Foster, Sorrell, and some other backup as the backups to Slater and Pipkins, who looked bad against the Rams backups in the preseason opener. So, honestly, Pipkins might be a liability on the offensive line this year. He was good last year, but he struggled against the Rams backups in the preseason. And I'm not sure why the Chargers are playing him in the third quarter. Are the backup tackles injured? What's the deal, guys? Why is your starting right tackle playing in the third quarter against backups? I'm just curious. I mean, you have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and Herbert. And basically, Vic Fangio said, we're going to put Kader Kohou on Keenan Allen. We're going to put Xavier Howard on Mike Williams. And we're going to put Eli Apple on Quentin Johnson. Quentin Johnson's a rookie. He's not going to do anything against Eli Apple. We dare him to try to pick apart Eli Apple. He struggle, he shall. He said it like Yoda. He said it like he was quoting Yoda.
I'm gonna go. I might go against the grain a little bit with you on this one. Eli Apple is a fine talent, but he is far from infallible. He may have early success against a rookie, but if you put the rookie up against him and he is supremely talented and he shows he has supreme talent.
If Quentin Johnson might actually have a breakout game like Zay Flowers if he can dominate Eli Apple. Because for Fangio to come out with that much confidence and say, we're putting Kader Kohou, our number 2 corner, on Keenan Allen, we're going to put Xavier Howard on Mike Williams, and that leaves Eli Apple with Quentin Johnston in nickel situations. For him to actually come out and say that, I would take that personally if I were Quentin Johnston and figure out.
Eli Apple is not a bad corner, but he is not.
He has his moments. He did well against Tyreek in the AFC title where the Bengals beat the Chiefs. And the thing I noticed in that Chiefs-Bengals game is the Bengals were the less cocky team in the year they went to Super Bowl 56. And last year, the Chiefs were the less cocky of the two teams, and they won. You can argue they won due to officiating, but that doesn't change the fact that they won the game. They were more humble.
Well, Joe Burrow is never going to be humble.
Joe Burrow's fiery, but Jamar Chase, I think, is the cockiest player on the Bengals. I would argue he's the cockiest player because because he talked shit about Mahomes after he won the Super Bowl, and he talked shit about Garrett and disrespected Dobby the elf, the Browns elf.
I would.
That's why I say Chase is the cockiest player, but he backs it up with his talent. Like, even though he's cocky, he's able to back it up with his play.
Jamar Chase is cockier with how he speaks verbally. Joe Burrow is the cockiest son of a bitch to come out of Athens based on his actions. He is the one, though, that, so you had a great game.
I mean,
star, take a puff. Like, yeah, they did a great job.
Burrow and Chase are both extremely talented, but sometimes they're so cocky you think you're rewatching Talladega Nights when Ricky Bobby and Cal Norton Jr. won all the races before John Girac, the French racer, played by Sacha Baron Cohen, arrives. Like, that's how cocky they can get sometimes. But they back it up with their play.
I don't get upset with Joe Burrow's cockiness because I'm just cocky when I want to be. Because...
And even though Burrow's cocky, I don't get the arrogant vibe with him. I don't view him as an arrogant guy.
He's not arrogant.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not arrogant.
No, it's more where you come from, and the fact that you come from nothing. And
he came from nothing, transferred to LSU, won a Heisman, put LSU on the map, and then became the #1 pick in the draft. And it's that adversity that made him stronger. So yeah, you look at the... We got to get back to the Chargers, though. This is a fun conversation.
Athens, Ohio, Chris, when you come from Athens, Ohio, you got nothing, okay? You have to be cocky to get ahead. But it doesn't mean you have to be an insufferable, freaking arrogant twit. And Joe Burrow is not. Joe Burrow is just a regular Athens guy who knows how to get ahead. And I wish the Chargers knew how to do that because they fucking sucked when it comes to anything big game. And they cannot be cocky for the life of themselves. They'll fall flat in their face.
Yeah, and you look at the Chargers' depth at receiver. Josh Palmer's the #4. Jalen Guyton, last year's #4, is being demoted to #5 when DeAndre Carter returns to the pup. But for now, Carter... Darius Davis ended up winning the #5 receiver job, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting how this plays out. I think the Chargers have more depth at receiver compared to a year ago. When you look at Palmer as the backup, you look at DeAndre Carter on the pup list, and then you look at Darius Davis, who was TCU teammates with Johnston. I think the Chargers have more receiver depth compared to a season ago when you take that into account. I mean, I think they are 6-7 deep at receiver if everybody's healthy. You have Everett, Parham Jr., and Trey McKitty as your starting tight ends, and then you have Eckler, Joshua Kelly, and Spiller as your running backs. You don't have a fullback, but you're deeper at receiver, tight end, and running back, but you lack offensive line depth and you lack quarterback depth if anything happens to Herbert. But if you have depth to reload at running back, tight end, and receiver. So as long as Herbert and the offensive line is healthy, I think offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is going to be fine. The Chargers run a 4-2-5. Brandon Staley, Sebastian Joseph Day is back despite having a quad injury. Austin Joseph, the starting nose tackle from last year, taken off the PUP list. He's officially active again. Bosa and Mack are the edges. You have Eric Kendricks and Kenneth Murray at inside linebacker. Chris Rumpf is the backup 34 right outside linebacker, and Tuli Pelotu at USC is the backup edge to Mack. I think the Chargers have more depth at edge as well as depth on the 34 defensive line. Eamon Ogbongbemia and Dayan Henley and Nick Neiman are the 3 backup 34 middle linebackers. There, you have J.C. Jackson, Michael Davis, Asante Samuel is your top 3 corners once again. Derwin James is the free safety. I think the weak link on this defense might be at free safety, but Alohi Gilman came in and beat out third-round pick J.T. Woods, a 2022 third-round pick out of Baylor, for that free safety job, with Chargers writer on Fanside describing the safety situation as worrisome. Woods wasn't bad for a backup, but he wasn't a guy I viewed with starter potential. But, you know, the Chargers Gilman's in a contract year. The Chargers will give Woods 1 more year to develop on his 3-year rookie deal before having to play him in year 3 and finding out what they got. Dicker ends up beating out Hopkins for the kicker job. I love Dicker coming out of Texas. He gets cut by 2 different teams. The Chargers pick him up, and he succeeds with the Chargers, and he gets Hopkins traded to the Browns because he was that good in training camp. And Scott, you have Darius Davis as a return specialist, which is no surprise to anybody in Mobile. I mean, the Chargers beat the Dolphins by a field goal with a much weaker roster than last year. Not only are the Chargers fully healthy, the Dolphins don't have Ramsey. They don't have Armstead. I like the Chargers in a blowout 31-14.
And let me tell you how good he is. Because Hopkins, since 2013, has missed 5.
Dicker was my number 2 kicker behind Cade York. Yeah. York and Dicker were the only college kickers I liked in that 22 draft. And people overlooked Dicker, the Texas kicker, but he was better than Hopkins. I don't blame the Chargers for moving on from Hopkins. Dicker was the better player.
It's like, but I'm trying to show you how good Dicker is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hopkins in 10 years missed 5 kicks under 40 yards. 5 in 10 years. All you had to do was get to the 35. He was going to put the thing through the uprights. 30, 35-yard line. He's got you. And Dicker is better. So, what do I expect from Dicker? Because
Wes told me Cade York was kicker 1 in the draft, but I try to put a top 5 list of kickers, and after York, my favorite kicker in that draft was Dicker. And Dicker was the Eagles' backup for a week when Elliott was injured. Then he gets cut. Then he goes to the Cardinals when they're playing the Eagles. The Cardinals cut him after their starting kicker is back, and the Chargers decide to gamble on Dicker, and it ends up paying off, and he ends up – but he was good on all 3 teams when he was playing.
Well, the thing is, York got drafted to the AFC North. As much as I love York in that draft pick, no kicker should ever get drafted to the AFC North. Simply because it is such a crapshoot, and we covered that earlier with the weather and everything. So hopefully York lands on his feet.
Justin Tucker is an outlier because he went undrafted, even though he went to a cold weather team and dominated. Now, best kicker in the league.
Justin Tucker and Phil Dawson are 2 outliers. We can move them aside because it's, it happens. You get those outliers.
Jeff Reed made some clutch kicks with the Steelers, but I felt like a majority of his clutch kicks were in dome stadiums rather than cold weather games, which is why Pittsburgh eventually moved on from him. That and the DUI, I think, but I digress.
Yeah, but to beat out a guy who is 90-some, yes, he's only 73, 75% for outside of that 40-yard range, 45-yard range. But at the same time, if you're confident in your offense and you can get down there, he's money. He's automatic.
Yeah.
And to beat out an automatic kicker from within 40 yards, that's a lot of pressure on a young guy, because that's like, okay, now you beat out this guy who was 93% for 10 years from 40 yards and in. We expect you to be 95%.
Yep. We've got 4 games left.
That's a hell of that's a lot of pressure, but it shows that he's got a hell of a lot of talent.
Yep.
So
next up is the Eagles and Patriots. I've got the Eagles winning. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that this is not a lock on Draft Utopia. That is what amazes me, Joey, because I figured everybody at our company would take the Eagles. Jesse Lucas, who's a Patriots fan, and Brian Bayless. Brian Bayless has the Patriots upsetting the Eagles in week 1 with this defense. I mean, stranger things have happened. Maybe Mac Jones is motivated to beat Jalen Hurts because they were both teammates at Alabama when Hurts was the starter and Mac was the third stringer. Maybe there's that motivation factor there, but I just don't see it.
I think it's more of the Patriots are going to have a good defense this year. I saw all 3 preseason games. They were really good. And as you know, they don't show everything during the preseason, so I expect them to be better than what they are. So, for me, I still think the Eagles win, but I think the Patriots defense shows out on this one.
I mean, I've got the Eagles winning 30-14. I just think the Eagles have more star power on both sides of the ball. They've got the better offensive line. Made a lot of Dickerson. Kels Jurgens has taken over at right guard for Sumala and Lane Johnson. You have Brown and Smith still. You got Quez Watkins. You brought in Zacchaeus from Atlanta to replace Zach Pascal. Dallas Goedert's still a top 10 tight end. I mean, you've got a lot of assets on this Eagles team. And I look at the Eagles, and I think they just have too much star power. If Devin McCourty was still on the Patriots, I'd probably take New England here, or at least pick the Eagles in overtime by a field goal. But I just don't know if Jabril Peppers or Jalen Mills or whoever's at safety next to Kyle Duggar, Adrian Phillips, I just don't know if they can come in and replicate what McCourty's done for so many years. I think that's a matchup advantage for the Eagles. You also have DeAndre Swift, Penny Gainwell, Boston Scott, and Trey Sermon, who's on injured reserve. Philadelphia's deeper at running back this season, despite losing Miles Sanders. Sweat. Here's the Eagles' new defensive coordinator. He is deploying a 5-2-4. Yeah. According to our lads, the Eagles are going to deploy a 5-2-4 and a 5-1-5. And this is a defensive line formation where you're going to see 3 defensive tackles starting. You're going to see Jalen Carter, Fletcher Cox, and Jordan Davis all starting on the defensive line. You're going to see 5 starters on the defensive line instead of 1. That's pretty crazy, Joey. But the Eagles do have the personnel to pull this off if they want to try it. And if you want to bring as many blitz comp defensive packages as Belichick, this is how you do it. I mean, if you have Sweat and Graham as your edges at defensive end, and then you have Cox, Davis, and Jalen Carter as your defensive tackles, and you have 3 defensive tackles, that pretty much neutralizes any offensive line. If any of your 5 defensive linemen win a one-on-one, that pretty much opens up a weakness in the offensive line. But you'd only have Reddick and Nakobe Dean on 5-2-4 packages, where 2 corners, 2 safeties. And in 5-1-5 nickel packages, you'd only have 1 linebacker. It'd probably be Nakobe Dean in that scenario. Or Reddick, if you want to have Reddick as like a 6th pass rusher with 5 defensive linemen. And then you have your nickels. So I'm kind of I like the idea and thought process behind Sean Desai, the replacement to Jonathan Gannon. And I think if the execution of his scheme works out, I think the Eagles could be more lethal defensively compared to a season ago, as crazy as that sounds, because Desai wants to actually call some packages with 5 defensive linemen. What are your thoughts on this? With Carter, Jordan Davis, and Fletcher Cox all starting at defensive tackle, because I think it's interesting. I don't think any other team in the NFL is deploying 5 defensive linemen, which is why I wanted your input on this.
Well, I've heard, I know Jim Schwartz has done it in the past. He did it with the Lions when he was head coach. I heard he wanted to do it with the Browns, but then I heard it, that was an over-exaggeration. As far as what's going on right now, I don't see another team that's doing it. Of course, historically, Jim Schwartz did it. Outside of him, the last person I think did it was maybe Buddy Ryan. back way.
Yeah, because Buddy Ryan ran the 46 defense under Ditka.
And they ran some 5 defensive linemen when they wanted to mix things up a little bit. But outside of those 2 guys, I mean, this would be the first I've heard of it since,
Belichick's always been a 34/43/425/335 hybrid guy. He has not deployed 5 defensive linemen, I think, ever during his coaching tenure. Even though Belichick probably has the most formations of any current head coach and most defensive formations in terms of chess matches. Because Belichick tries to have every trick in the book. I don't remember the Patriots deploying 5 defensive linemen ever in my 20 years of watching them under Belichick. So, I think the defensive formations between Desai and Belichick are going to be what stands out in this game. I've got the Eagles winning 30-14. I think the star power for the Eagles is vastly superior to what the Patriots have, and that's where I am expecting a blowout. Trent Brown still at left tackle. You have Riley Reif at right tackle, Strange, Onwenu, and Andrews. Sidey So's the backup left guard to Strange. Jake Andrews is the backup to David Andrews. Antonio Mafi's the backup right guard. The offensive tackle the Patriots traded for from the Browns was Tyrone Wheatley Jr., who would have been a 3rd-string offensive tackle on the Browns, who would have been OT5. And there was some speculation that Wheatley could beat out DeJuan Jones in training camp, but DeJuan Jones blew people out of the water. And at that point, Wheatley just became an odd man out. He was either going to be traded to another team or a roster cut. And I'm just not sold on Calvin Anderson, the backup left tackle, but he's a fill-in until Connor McDermott returns. Juju's the number 1. Devontae Parker's the number 2. Kendrick Bourne is the slot. Tyquan Thornton's an IR. Demario Douglas and Tayshaun Bout are... So Bourne goes from number 4 to slot, and then Douglas and Bout are the 2 backup receivers. You have Matthew Slater as the number 6 receiver on this depth chart, coming back for 1 more year. He's supposed to retire, but Belichick called Slater the best return specialist he's ever coached. But Slater is just a depth guy until Thornton comes back for 4 games. And then you have Gesicki and Hunter Henry. You have Stevenson and Ezekiel Elliott. You bring in Matt Corral to replace Bailey Zappi, which I love that move. And the Patriots, Lawrence Guy can play defensive end in both the 43 and 34. Godchaux can play D-tackle or nose tackle in either hybrid scheme. Wise can play 43 left end and 34 left end. You have Barmore as a 43 defensive tackle or a backup 34 right end. Keon White's a backup 34 left end. The last time the Patriots had this much depth at 34 defensive end, Joey, it was when the Patriots had their 18-0 season before losing the Giants. My educated guess is Barmore is the backup to both Guy and Godchaux, which is why Belichick didn't add a backup nose tackle to the 53-man roster. That's just the defensive line. You want to add anything before I get to the linebackers?
It's a lot of guys. Yeah, it's an awful lot of guys.
I mean, the last time I remember the Patriots having this much depth, they had Seymour, they had Ty Ward, and I think they had a pretty good backup at 5 technique as well to those 2. But yeah, Judon is an every down player. He'll play right outside linebacker at a 43 and a 34. Bentley will be the middle linebacker in both the 43 and 34. Tavai will play Sam linebacker at a 43 as well as 34 middle linebacker. And Josh Uche, with double-digit sacks, will play 34 left outside linebacker in 34 scheme only. Judon and Uche were the only edges to have 10 or more sacks. The only edge tandem where both edges had 10 or more sacks, because Brandon Graham and Sweater, the edges on the Eagles, Graham only had 7 sacks. Gonzalez is your number 1 corner. Jack Jones played boundary during his rookie season against number 2 receivers, and he retains that role to start 2023. But Jack Jones might have been ruled out for this game. Jonathan Jones is the field corner. He'll move to nickel. But, if Jack Jones is ruled out, I still think Jones can be a good number 2 corner, and Marcus Jones can play nickel. And you have Amir Speed out of Michigan State. You have Sean Wade. Chad Ryland's your kicker. So, I don't hate what's available if I'm a Patriots fan. There's a lot of talent in the secondary. So yeah, you have yeah, I noticed some typos in the code, so I'm just fixing that. But yeah, Chad Ryland's the kicker. Yep, but yeah, everybody except Jesse and Brian took the Patriots. Wow, we're at the 4-hour mark on Restream, and they haven't been cut off on Restream or TalkShoe. Rams Seahawks. The Rams, they've got Noteboom at left tackle, Avila at left guard, Brian Allen at center. Ankrum won the right guard job. I was not a fan of Tremaine Ankrum coming out of Clemson. Havenstein's your right tackle. Alaric Jackson's the backup left tackle. Zachary Thomas, a 6th-round pick out of San Diego State, got cut by the Bears. The Rams picked him up. He's the backup left guard. Bears probably should have kept him with Tevin Jenkins injury. You probably could have tried him at left guard and moved Whitehair to center. Just saying. Coleman Shelton, who started some down the stretch, is your backup center. Kevin Dotson's the backup right guard, even though he's good enough to start. I think Dotson is light years better than Tremaine Ankrum, but Ankrum's a starter on the Rams depth chart. I don't know why you traded a late-round pick to Pittsburgh for Dotson if you're going to keep him on the bench for Ankrum. I think Dotson's more reliable, but that's just my 2 cents. And then Warren McClendon is the backup right tackle. I think the Rams have more depth on the offensive line compared to a season ago, and unlike last year, the offensive line is healthy. Unfortunately, Cooper Kupp is out for this game, so Atwell, Van Jefferson, and Ben Skoranek are going to be starting. The good news for the Rams is that Devin Witherspoon and Jamal Adams are injured. So, you've got tight end depth with Higbee, with Bryson Hopkins out of Purdue, and you got Hunter Long, the Boston College tight end the Dolphins drafted in the Jalen Ramsey trade. So, if you use this tight end depth and receiver depth and Stafford balls out, you have a chance to steal this game. You also have Puka Nacua and Demarcus Robinson. I just don't see the Rams offense making any impact without Cooper Kupp. As much as I love the depth, as objective as I can be, I just don't think this is the same team without Kupp. And Ronnie Rivers barely edged out Zach Evans for the 3rd-string job. But Zach Evans still made this roster out of Ole Miss. The Rams have more depth at running back, tight end, receiver, and offensive line compared to a season ago. As long as Kupp and Stafford are healthy, they should be fine. Stetson Bennett is injured, but he could make an impact if something happens to Stafford. You have Aaron Donald. I'm not sold on Bobby Brown, the 4th-round pick out of Texas A&M. Kobe Turner, a 2023 3rd-round pick out of Wake Forest, is starting next to Donald. I actually like that move. Ernest Brown, the 4th, is the backup. If he is starting, though, Laurel Murchison starting next to Donald, I think the Rams are in trouble. But I do like the depth. If Kobe Turner is starting, I do like the depth the Rams have at 5 technique. But I think they're going to have issues at nose tackle. Michael Hawk, he was a good special teams player in Super Bowl 56. He's the edge rusher, starting edge. Byron Young out of Tennessee is the other starting edge. And then you have Ernest Jones, 2021 3rd-round pick out of South Carolina, and Christian Roseboom as the starters. The one depth player I like, Nick Hampton, Appalachian State edge, 2023 5th-round pick. It's possible that Hampton starts later in the year if Hawk slips up, because that would give you Young and Hampton, the 2 rookies at edge. I like the Rams cornerbacks. Durant, Witherspoon, Hodges Tomlinson, Darian Kendrick, Duke Shelley look good. Sean Jolly's your number 6. And you have John Johnson at strong safety, former Brown. You have Fuller at free safety. You also have Quentin Lake and Russ East as your backup safeties who look good in the preseason. So I think the Rams Rams have Aaron Donald, and they have a lot of depth at secondary. And the rest of this roster has question marks in the front 7. I think we'd agree. They don't have the star power they had at corner with Ramsey gone, but they still have a lot of depth, despite cutting Rochelle and despite trading Ramsey. They still have a lot of depth at corner, but they don't have as much star power. And they're deeper at safety than a year ago. So that's the positives with the Rams defense. Geno Smith has a really good offensive line still. Metcalf, Lockett, Jackson Smith-Njigba will be the slot. Yeah.
I think more depth, but I think they're a worse team. And they have more good players than they did before, but they don't have the players that are going to put them over.
Because Bobby Brown was a guy I had a backup grade on in the 2021 draft. He's your starting nose tackle, and you have no depth behind him. So I think if you have a good center, if you have a top, most teams can't pick apart a nose tackle, but if you have a top 20 or a top 25 center, you should be able to win a one-on-one against Bobby Brown. Because there's no depth behind him, and he's unproven as a starter. And the Seahawks have Evan Brown at center. I'm not sure how he's going to do against Bobby Brown. That's the real chess matchup, in my opinion, Joey, because those are both two unproven players, in my opinion. If Brown wins that matchup, Seattle's going to dominate this. And if Bobby Brown, the fourth, wins that matchup against Brown, the Rams can steal this one. You know? But Seattle drafted Olusegun Oluwatimi out of Michigan if Evan Brown struggles or gets injured. He's your backup center. And Stone Force is a nice swing tackle. I like him as a backup left tackle. I don't see him as a legit starter. And you have Jake Bobo as your number 4 receiver if Jackson Smith-Njigba's ruled inactive. Noah Fant, Will Dissly, Colby Parkinson are still the top 3 tight ends. Walker, Zach Charbonnet, DJ Dallas, Kenny McIntosh all made Seattle's 53-man roster. Nick Ballore is the fullback. So Seattle's got depth at running back. I don't really see any other positions where they have a lot of depth. I think the Seahawks have depth at center. I would actually start Oluwatimi over Brown, but Brown's the veteran. He's a returning starter, and Seahawks have more confidence in him than they do Oluwatimi since they were able to get him on a team-friendly deal. But I do think Oluwatimi is a threat to take Brown's job if he gets injured. But you look at the rest of Seattle, I think running back and center are the only position Seattle has depth at, maybe receiver. But they only have 4 receivers. So if Seattle runs a 2-receiver set, yeah, they have depth at receiver. If they run 3 receiver or 4 receiver sets, no, they do not have depth. Just depends on the personnel Seattle's offense calls. But outside of running back and tight end, I really don't see and center, I really don't see a position Seattle has depth at, Joey. Those are the 3 positions the Seahawks have depth at. And that's it. Maybe a left tackle, but I just don't think Stone Force can replicate what Charles Cross does. Draymond Jones, Jerron Reed are both back in Seattle. Mario Edwards Jr. isn't anything special, but he's a steady, reliable starter at 34 left end. His production can be underwhelming on a 43 defense, but he can do just enough to contribute in a 34. You drafted Cameron Young and Mike Morris for backups on this 34 defensive line. Uchenna Nwosu and Boy Mafe are starting. You also have Derek Hall out of Auburn, second-round pick, and Darnell Taylor, 2020 second-round pick as your edges. Bobby Wagner, Jordan Brooks are the linebackers, but the backups are Devin Bush and Drake Thomas, who wouldn't be on my 53-man roster. I like Seattle's edge rusher depth, but if anything happens to Bobby Wagner or Jordan Brooks, who had a season-ending injury, you're going to have to start Devin Bush, who got benched for Spillane, and the backup to him is Drake Thomas. So that is worrisome for me. I think the Seahawks, as crazy as it sounds, they might be worse at linebacker depth compared to a year ago, despite losing Cole Holcomb to Washington. You still have Michael Jackson at number 1 corner. Woolen's your number 2. Witherspoon will be your nickel down the road, but for now it's Kobe Bryant. And then you have Caillou Blue-Kelly's the number 4 corner after the Ravens cut him. Caillou Blue Kelly had a ton of potential, intercepted Cunningham at the Senior Bowl. I don't know why the Ravens cut him. He could have been an asset this week against the Texans, but whatever. As a Browns fan, I'm sure you're relieved he's out of the division. And then you have Jamal Adams and Diggs at safety with Julian Love as the backup replacement to Ryan Neal. And then Jarek Reed, the 6th-round pick out of New Mexico, impressed me on tape, is the number 4 safety. So I think Seattle's safety depth is better than a season ago. And Jason Myers, he's an under-the-radar top 10 kicker. Dixon's not a bad punter. Seahawks are favored by 5. I think they win by 1, and the Rams cover the spread. But I'm going Seattle 24, the Rams 23. Anya, Orrin, and Jason are picking the Rams in the upset, though. Everybody else has Seattle winning. Anything you want to add to that before we get to the Sunday night and Monday night games?
Worse on the defensive line. Losing Shelby Harris was not an easy blow. But I think they're fine. I think they're just as good as they were last year. Yeah, as long as the starters are healthy, I really don't see a drop-off. And I know that Jamal Adams is injured, but Julian Love can play a game or two if that's all it takes for Adams to recover. And the Seahawks obviously want to ease Witherspoon into things. Dallas beat the Giants last year with Cooper Rush. So I have no doubt they can beat the Giants once again. I think they might be able to beat the Giants with Trey Lance. I'm kidding, obviously. Trying to be funny, and it's backfiring tremendously. CeeDee Lamb and Cooks are your top 2 receivers. You have Gallup as a slot. Tolbert's looked good in the preseason. Jalen Brooks, a 7th-round pick out of South Carolina, is your number 5. Turpin's your number 6. You have 4 receivers that are good enough to be starters, backup options when Schottenheimer calls 3 receiver sets. Ferguson's now the number 1 tight end, replacing Schultz. Shoemaker out of Michigan's your number 2. Hendershot's your number 3. So that's the Cowboys. And then you have Rico Dowdle as the backup to Pollard and Deuce Vaughn. I love the Cowboys' depth at every position on offense except the offensive line. And even though Tyler Smith may be out in week 1, I still don't think that's going to make a difference. I just think the Cowboys are a better team than the Giants. They have more impact players. They have more stars. And honestly, I expect that to be that's probably going to be the difference in this game. So we'll see what happens. Let me just try to think of. There we go. But yeah, you look at the Cowboys on defense. They're moving Micah Parsons to edge. So it's going to be Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, Joey, as the edges. You're going to have Mozzie Smith and Odigizua as the defensive tackles with Neville Gallimore for depth. Really, you're going to make me scroll all the way down to the bottom of the website. Hey, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm happy we're still on Restream. It's just a pain in the ass to do this. But, you look at the Cowboys. They have a lot of depth at defensive tackle, in my opinion. You've got other players. Ronald Jones is serving a suspension. I forgot to mention him. But, Odigizua and Mozzie Smith are starting. You have Dorrance Armstrong as the backup 43 right end. Sam Williams, the backup left end. Gallimore and Hankins are good backup defensive tackles. Damone Clark, 5th-round pick out of LSU, who missed last season due to an injury. He is the starting weak side linebacker with DeMarvion Overshown, 2023 3rd-round pick out of Texas, getting a season-ending injury in training camp. Clark came back and did well in training camp after missing his rookie season due to injuries, and he'll play right outside linebacker in a 43 and in a 4-2-5 nickel defense with Leighton Vander Esch as the middle linebacker. And the only backup linebacker on this depth chart is Devin Harper, a 2022 6th-round pick. And this is largely due to Overshown's injury. So if there's a weakness on Dallas, it might be at linebacker with Micah Parsons moving to edge rusher. That's really the only potential weakness I see on this entire team. You thought defensive tackle would be the weakness. I picked the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl, but
Linebacker, I think, is the biggest weakness on this team. But if Damone Clark falls out, it could happen. We've seen stranger things happen. And if that happens, then there may not be a drop-off in this Cowboys team, as strange as that sounds, Joey, because you still have a lot of talent. You have Diggs, you have Gilmore, Jordan Lewis coming back from depression. You have Noah Igbinoing, the Dolphins' 2020 first-round pick. Maybe he thrives as number 4 corner. You still have Deron Bland. You have Eric Scott Jr., a 6th-round pick out of Ole Miss. Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson are the starting safeties. Curse, number 3 safety. And Israel Mukamu, a corner that you converted to back safety, is the number 4 safety. And now Notre Dame center back Brandon Aubrey's the kicker. So Brian Angers, the punter. There's really a lot I like on this Dallas team that stands out. If the linebackers can show up, I think Dallas is a team with the starters and backups to check off every box, Joey. Anything you want to add to that before we get to the Giants? I do like the Giants offense. Go ahead.
They can check off every box, but I don't think they will. I think their running back position is still a little bit suspect. And
I mean, when you think of Ezekiel Elliott, you think of a star. You really don't think that with Pollard, even though he's been very effective, more effective than Elliott the last 2 years. And Dowdle's the backup, and Deuce Vaughn's the 3rd stringer, even though I like Vaughn more than Dowdle. And Ronald Jones is the 4th string running back once he comes back from his suspension, too. So I think the Cowboys, even though they lost the star running back in Elliott, they have more depth at the position compared to a year ago. But I don't see a weakness outside of linebacker. And if Clark and Van Der Esch are both healthy, they are capable of checking off every box. They're probably the only team outside of the Eagles and 49ers that you can make that argument for, Joey, in the NFC right now. Maybe the Lions get in that conversation as well. But outside of those 4 teams, the Lions, 49ers, Eagles, and Cowboys, I think we're in agreement. Those are probably the only 4 teams at this point that check off every box on the depth chart in the NFC. Now, the AFC is still far more competitive, but you have to admit for the NFC, those are the only 4 teams that look like they could check off every box. Niners, Lions, Eagles, and Cowboys. If you disagree, let me know, because I'm going to get to the Giants now.
You're pretty you're pretty spot on there.
The Andrew Thomas, Ben Bredesen, John Michael Schmitz is taking over at center. Glowinski's the right guard. Evan Neal's the right tackle. Part's a swing tackle, entering the final year of his rookie deal. Joshua Izudu is going to be the backup left guard. Shane Lemieux's moving from left guard to backup center. Marcus McKeithen, backup right guard. And yeah, that's pretty much the Giants. Hodgins is the number 1. Slayton's number 2. Paris Campbell's the slot. Jalen Hyatt's the number 4 receiver. But frankly, I think Hyatt has the highest upside of any receiver on the Giants. I do expect him to be the number 1 by midseason. Sterling Shepard is the number 5. Wan'Dale Robinson's the number 6. I do like the receiver depth that the Giants have. Yeah, and you look at Saquon Barkley, he's in a contract year. When I look at the Giants, I really only see a few stars on this offense. I see 2 star players on this offense. Saquon and Andrew Thomas. That's it. Those are the only 2 players that I see as star players on the entire offense, Joey. And we probably agree on that. I think Evan Neal could be a star down the road, but he hasn't quite hit that stride. And to be fair, Andrew Thomas didn't break out until his sophomore year. So that's the thing I'm looking at. But, I don't like any of the backup running backs to Saquon. And the Giants were hesitant about extending him. But really, Andrew Thomas and Saquon are the only superstar players in this entire offense. Daniel Jones got the bag after a playoff win against the Vikings. But, that was a situation where it's either extend Saquon and reload at quarterback, or extend Jones and risk losing Saquon. And the safe play after winning a playoff game with Daniel Jones is to give him the bag. I don't know if it's going to be the right call, and it could end up backfiring, but for now, it's what the team had to do. Leonard Williams, Dexter Lawrence are the two starters at 34 right end and nose tackle. I don't trust A'Shawn Robinson or Raheem Nunez-Roches at 34 left end. I loved Robinson coming out of Alabama, but he just hasn't cut it in the NFL. But him and Nunez-Roches, one of them is going to be at 34 left end. So teams with star players at right guard are going to be able to expose the glaring weakness of the Giants' defensive line. And unfortunately for the Giants, Zach Martin is on Dallas. And the Cowboys did figure out his contract situation after he held out early in the preseason. So Thibodeau enters year 2. Ojulari is complimenting him at 34 left outside linebacker. You have Bobby Okerke at 34 middle linebacker. And, it's really interesting what the Giants have done here. So I think Micah McFadden is starting over Isaiah Simmons. I don't agree with that move, but Micah McFadden really has showed up, had a good training camp, and has stepped up with Gerard Davis currently injured. So, it's like the Giants traded for Simmons, but Micah McFadden won the starting job over Simmons, and Gerard Davis is on injured reserve. So the Giants don't necessarily have great linebacker depth. Here's another interesting fact, Joey. Deonte Banks is your number 1 corner. You know who the number 2 corner is? It's not Adoree Jackson, last year's number 1 corner. It's Trey Hawkins, the 6th round pick out of Old Dominion. Yeah, he beat out Adoree Jackson for the number 2 job, so Adoree's moving from number 1 corner to nickel. I think that is the most interesting headline because the Giants don't just have 1 rookie corner, they have 2. And look, Deonte Banks had great tape for Maryland. I gave him an A- in man, zone, and press. Pretty consistent corner across the board. Hawkins is great in zone, but his man and press needs work. And I think the Cowboys are going to be able to pick him apart if he's playing. I would not start him when I have a Darnay Holmes in a contract year, Cordell Flott, Pinnock, guys I can play while he develops. And you got McKinney, you got Dane Belton. I think the Giants are going to be an interesting team because Pinnock's starting where Julian Love started, and McKinney's moving from strong safety to free safety, and Dane Belton's the main backup. Graham Gano's still the kicker. Eric Gray Jr., the Giants' 5th-round running back out of Oklahoma, 4th-string running back on the depth chart because of his pedestrian pass blocking, but he's also fast. He pass catches well, and Eric Gray Jr. is going to be the punt returner for the Giants, which I think is an interesting decision because I could see him generating some explosion and a big play on punt returns. I've got the Cowboys winning 30-16 by 2 touchdowns. The over-under is 46.5. I'm taking the under. Jesse Lucas and Tracy Porter took the Giants. Brian Bayless is a Giants fan, but he took the Cowboys because Cooper Rush beat the Giants. Giants have some interesting pieces, made some interesting decisions, but overall, the Cowboys are the better team. Let's just leave it at that. And we're on the last game, Bills and Jets. But any thoughts on the Sunday night game before we get to the last game?
Not really.
Yeah, the Bills, you have Dawkins, McGovern, Mitch Morse, Torrance, Brown. Doyle's the backup left tackle, but he's on IR, so no depth if something happens to Dawkins. I like Edwards as a backup left guard. Ryan Bates is a nice backup right guard. He's also going to be the backup center, and I said he's the backup to Spencer Brown. I think the Bills' offensive line depth looks worse compared to a season ago. Diggs, Gabe Davis, Sherfield won the slot job, so Shakir's now number 4, Hardy's number 5. I feel like Buffalo might be thinner at receiver, but there's still a ton of depth on Buffalo, but they're not as deep as they were a season ago. Knox is still the starting tight end for Buffalo, but Dalton Kincaid may have a say in tight end 1 by 2024 or 2025. But for now, him and Knox are going to be really good tight end tandem. We'll see more 12 personnel by the Bills. Quentin Morris, a guy who I had a backup grade on, goes from backup to 3rd string tight end. James Cook is the starting running back. Damian Harris takes over as the backup. And Latavius Murray's your third string running back with Reggie Gillum back at fullback. Von Miller's out the first 4 games. I think that works in the Jets' favor with Mekhi Becton and Dwan Brown both medically cleared to play. So now Leonard Floyd, who struggled last year with the Rams, and Rosso are going to be your edges. Epinez is going to be your backup edge. Shaq Lawson's going to be your number 4 edge with Von Miller out. And, the Bills had trouble getting pressure to the quarterback with Von Miller suffered a season-ending injury against the Lions in Thanksgiving. Ed Oliver, DaQuan Jones, Jordan Phillips, Tim Settle. You still have a lot of depth. You also had Poona Ford from Seattle as that 5th defensive tackle for depth. I think the Bills actually have more depth at defensive tackle, but I would start Jordan Phillips over DaQuan Jones. But still, as long as Oliver is healthy, I think the Bills will still have a lot of talent and depth of defensive tackle. Matt Milano, in 43 packages, it's going to be Milano, Dorian Williams, and Bernard at Sam linebacker. In 4-2-5 packages, it's going to be Bernard at middle linebacker with Milano at outside linebacker with the nickel defense. The Bills are going to have White as their number 1 corner. Benford's going to be the number 2 corner. Teron Johnson's going to be the nickel. Kaiir Elam's going to be the dime corner. So he's only going to play in 4 cornerback sets. Otherwise, he's going to be on the bench. Dane Jackson's going to be the number 5 corner. And Poyer and Micah Hyde are the starting safeties. Taylor Rapp is the backup strong safety. DeMar Hamlin's the backup free safety. And I know a lot of people in NFL media are saying DeMar Hamlin's going to win comeback player of the year. But unless Micah Hyde gets injured again, he's not even going to play. I'd like to see Hamlin win comeback player of the year and lead the league in picks like Gardner Johnson. It'd be a great story from a rating standpoint. It'd be an awesome freaking story after DeMar Hamlin collapsed. Don't get me wrong. It would be an incredible story. From a storytelling perspective, it would be an awesome story. It's just not going to happen as long as Micah Hyde's healthy. People forget that Hyde and Poyer were 2 of the top 3 safeties at one point in the league 2 years ago. So I just don't think it's in the cards. I hate to be the bad guy here. I hate to be Ebenezer Scrooge or Mr. Grinch when it comes to DeMar Hamlin, but as long as Poyer and Hyde are healthy, they're going to get a majority of the snaps. Tyler Bass is your kicker. That's the Bills. Dwan Brown, Tomlinson, McGovern, Vera Tucker, and Becton are the starting offensive linemen. Max Mitchell's the backup left tackle. Tippmann's the backup center. Wes Schweitzer out of San Jose State's the backup left guard. Billy Turner is both the backup right guard and right tackle. Not only do I like the Jets starters, I think the backups are actually decent. I want to start any of these guys outside of Tippmann, but I can live with these guys as backups. So I really like the Jets. I think the Jets actually have the better depth on the offensive line than the Bills, as crazy as that sounds, Joey. But they need their 5 starters to play. They're going to have any prayer against the Bills. Garrett Wilson's entering his sophomore season. Lazard becomes the number 2 now. Yeah, McCole Hardman going from a number 4 in Kansas City to a slot with Corey Davis retiring. Randall Cobb is now the number 4. And yeah, if Corey Davis had stayed on board, he would have had to take a massive pay cut, and he would have been the number 5 receiver. Conklin, Uzoma, Ruckert remain the top 3 tight ends. Breece Hall and Cook are the 2 running backs. Cook is the better pass blocker, but Hall is younger, more explosive, better pass catcher, more longevity. And then you got Michael Carter, the 2021 third-round pick, as the 3rd string tight end. And then you have Israel Abanikanda as a 4th string tight end after the Pitt running back did enough to make the final roster. So the Jets have a lot of depth at tight end, at running back. Heck, even the Jets' offensive line depth. I mean, shit, Zach Wilson might be able to win a game or 2 if this offense is fully healthy. But we don't want it to come to that with Aaron Rodgers on the Jets. Carl Lawson, John Franklin Myers are the edges. Starting edges, you have Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald as your backup edges. I've seen what the Jets have done on Hard Knocks this year. I really like the Jets in this contest. You have Quentin Williams. Al Woods beat out Quentin Jefferson and Sullivan Thomas for a defensive tackle spot. C.J. Mosley and Jets are going to be a fun team. You have Jamie Sherwood is the starting 43 weak side linebacker. The Jets are moving Quincy Williams to 43 Sam linebacker. Jamie Sherwood really broke out in training camp this year. And, Quincy Williams will play outside linebacker at a 4-2-5. He'll also play left outside linebacker at a 43. But Sherwood's going to get some reps at weak side linebacker when the Jets run a 43 defense. And, Sauce Gardner is back. You have DJ Reed as your number 2. Michael Carter's a nickel. Bryce Hall's a dime. Jordan Whitehead's going to be strong safety. Tony Adams is free safety thanks to Chuck Clark's season-ending injury. And then you have Ashton Davis as the backup strong safety. Adrian Amos is the backup free safety. So I love the Jets' depth defensively. I think the Jets have outstanding depth everywhere except linebacker. I think the Jets have great defensive end depth, great linebacker, great defensive tackle depth, great cornerback depth, and great safety depth. But if anything happens to Quinn Williams or Sauce Gardner, they are going to be screwed defensively because they just don't have a backup on the roster that can replicate what those two superstars do, Joey. So as long as those two don't get injured, the Jets should be fine defensively with all the depth they have. But I think it's a very interesting situation to keep an eye on. The Bills are 3.5-point favorites. We both picked the Jets, Jets to win that game. And, it's going to be an interesting game to say the least. But what are your final thoughts on this one? The Bills are 2.5-point favorites. Greg Zuerlein's a kicker. I'm going Jets 27, Bills 20. The over-under is 46.5. Most people are taking the under, and I'm taking the over here. So, barely. But I like the Jets in the upset. And Oren, Joey, Lisa, and Brian Bayless all took the Jets. Majority of our staff took the Bills, but another split decision game. I would argue this game and the Browns-Bengals game are the most exciting games in terms of split decision contests, Joey. I would argue those are the two best games from a competitive standpoint and a depth chart standpoint. Maybe you disagree with me on that, but I think Bengals, Browns, and Bills at Jets are the two most entertaining games in Week 1 from a competitive standpoint. But yeah, we both took the Jets.
At the standpoint, I can see that because, and I think the Jets are going to come out and Rodgers is going to want to prove something. So,
not only that, I think Rodgers, with Von Miller out of the lineup, Von Miller got a lot of pressure on Rodgers in the Week 7 game where the Packers played the Bills. Without Von Miller and the Jets' offensive line at full health, I think Rodgers is going to have more time in the pocket to find his guys. And that's going to be the difference in the contest. Also, Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams made things very frustrating for Josh Allen in fantasy last year. In both contests, by the way. Zach Wilson beat the Bills at home last year. And this Jets team has far fewer injuries and a better quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, Nebraska with a garbage time extra point, but Colorado is going to win 36-14 over Nebraska. But, yeah, that's pretty much going to cover everything for this week. Next week, I'll do a show solo because I think Joey works next week. So I'll have a show ready for Friday. Rudy Reyes, Rude Dog Reyes, we're going to probably do a show. He'll fill in for Joey, but we'll mainly talk football and just break down. We're not going to go in depth like we are. It's going to be like a 30-minute, 1-hour show, kind of like what I record with Oren when he's got free time. And then Joey will come back on the 23rd if his work schedule allows him to do so. Because I think you've worked hard enough to earn a break. And at the same token, Walmart's basic. You already told me that you can't come on next Saturday, right? So if you're available the 23rd, we'll start the quarterback rankings that day. And I will probably do a Western Conference preview show on YouTube next Saturday for the hell of it. Because if I can only do a 20 to 30-minute show with Rudy, if I take care of the Western Conference, I can tell Joey my playoff teams, and he doesn't have to do as much of the research as I did. he can just guess on the top of his head for fun. And then we can have a shorter, more laid-back show where we discuss the quarterbacks in the NFL draft, and we also look at week 3 in the NFL. And I think that's probably better for you if we do a show in 2 weeks, because it'll be less time and it'll be better execution. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot to push the record button on TalkShoe, but that's okay. I will post the YouTube video. I'm still recording. So, yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. I'll be back next week. Joey's got plans, but we might be back. He might be back in 2 weeks. We'll wait and see. We're not going to worry about it right now. I've got college football to watch. So long. Enjoy the rest of your afternoons.